Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melenda, and today, by popular request / demand, I don't even actually know how this happened. Jess is officially on the Knights of Last Call. Welcome, Jess.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I feel very welcome.
Good. You should be. In fact, you know, this is the beginning of me getting irritated enough with the poor quality of her audio and her video for me to eventually send her my spare equipment so that she can look and sound better.
Yeah.
So welcome, everybody.
Are there any settings on my microphone that I should change?
No.
Yeah, you think it's fine?
I mean, your audio meters look good to me. Chat, let us know.
Okay.
Does she sound? She looks good to me on her audio meters, so should be good for me. So we are here. Well, let's for starters, you know, discuss how this came about, which is at Gen Con, which was last week.
Yeah.
Like almost, well, yeah, like 10 days ago. I don't know, something like that. They announced a new vampire game. And a lot of people were like, Derek, you gotta weigh in on this. And I thought, why does anybody want me to weigh in on Vampire? I'm not a World of Darkness guy. And so on a whim, after I got home on Gen Con, I took a look and well, we just got a $525
Scott have tipped $525. This is to not go goth phase 1.
I mean, the nail painting and makeup tutorial component of this stream is very important.
Now, wait a second. It's very clear. Scotty F just tipped $525 to not go to phase 1. He wants to keep me out of the glam. This is very important. This is huge, by the way. This is absolutely huge.
So if we have a counter tipper, you have to separate this out into 2 tip streams so that they can duel each other. So that the people who do
they
want
don't
you
allow me to. Everyone's saying the same thing. They're like, obvious says, so this is negative 525. I don't know if it will let me do that. By the way, my favorite part is whenever we have a stream that might, maybe, just a little bit, reach a slightly wider audience. Inevitably, we end up spending the first 15 or 20 minutes down some crazy rabbit hole full of insider information and weird jokes and strange things. And then people go, what the fuck is this channel? And then I lose any hope of ever breaking out. Okay, well, let's see if I can make it negative. Let's see here. Goals.
Boyko, goth phase 1 is when Derek paints his nails. Goth phase 2 is when Derek puts on his eyeliner. And then, is there a phase 3 where you smoke out the eyeliner, or is that part of phase 2?
No, I would think that would be. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set the goal from 200 to add 525 to it. So
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's the best I could do.
This is indeed easily one of the channels of YouTube of all
This
time.
is definitely a channel of
This is
YouTube
one of the
for
channels of YouTube.
Wait, no, I did that wrong. Wait, no, I need to make it it's 525 plus. Okay, I need to set that back to 0. That's what I need to do. Okay, all right, we're figuring it out.
Okay, important question.
Yeah,
important question.
Okay.
Chat wants to know: do you do the opposite of going into goth phase 1? Are you going to get
am I going to bust out?
Oh,
that's a
and
great
wrap
question.
it around your neck?
You know what? Hold on a sec. Wait.
Okay.
Jess, you have the channel.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to my YouTube channel, Knights of Last Call. My name is Jess. I am a professional game designer. I primarily work for Paizo, but in my free time, I do enjoy World of Darkness, Vampire the Masquerade. I'm more of a changeling person lately, but there is a really great LARP at Gen Con that I'm involved with, the City of Glass LARP, and we do a Old World of Darkness 3-night LARP. It happens Gen Con Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and it's a continuing chronicle. We do the same story all 3 nights with the same character, and then you keep your character and come back the next year after that as well. And so I'm a part of Beowulf Changeling the Dreaming, because I am a old World of Darkness head. I'm not really into the new World of Darkness. But yeah, I, for the last 3 years with City of Glass, have been on the vampire storytelling team for our Sabbat Boston campaign. And so I have been deep into the world of vampire for the last 3 years, of interacting with a lot of players, because we have the most important question of all here coming right out the gate: does it mega game?
Right.
And the answer is definitely yes. This LARP that I was involved with was a LARP for like 80 people. I think that qualifies it as a mega game.
All right. The best I could do is a black button up with my orange shirt sticking out underneath it. Look, we're black and orange, just like the Knights of Last Call channels. Anyway, welcome.
Yeah.
So yes, just to be clear, we are now negative. Now, to be clear, I'm a little disappointed because, listen, I don't fuck around. Okay, I bought a pencil. Okay, I bought an eyebrow. This is still a possibility. Okay, just letting you know it's there. All right. So, welcome everybody.
Scotty, I can't believe you did this to me.
Welcome everybody to the Night's Last Call. So, what we'll do here is, you know what? We'll if we do make some progress, at the very least, we will get a makeup tutorial from Jess. So there's, we will definitely have that. So why are we here? So we're here because Vampire the Masquerade is coming out with a 6th edition. They are no longer owned by White Wolf. I don't think they've been owned by White Wolf for a while, but they are now produced by a company called Paradox. And for those of you who don't fully understand, maybe even what Vampire is, Vampire was a game, part of a storytelling series of games that came out in the early 90s from a company called White Wolf. And it was essentially the anti-D&D. It was moody, and it was edgy, and it was, it was all this stuff that D&D was not. And it was all about, like, politics and deep characterization and immersion. It really kind of, I think, kicked off the modern concept of the LARP, and people really, getting into the role and the character. Jess has got something here for us. And so, at the end of the day, there we go. So this is Mind's Eye Theater.
First shelf pull.
Yeah, the first shelfie. So this is the infamous Mind's Eye Theater set of rules, which was like literally a set of rules for running Vampire the Masquerade as a LARP. And again, it was a very, very deep, what I will call immersionist role-playing game. Now, that being said, Vampire did have a set of rules. It was a system in which your character had abilities. You had supernatural abilities called disciplines, and it was a D10-based system. And other World of Darkness games use this, things like Werewolf and Mage and Changeling and Prometheus and Hunter and Wraith and Mummy and Old Guy in a Basement. I don't know all of them. Loiger wants to know if this is okay. You answered. Okay, yeah. Loiger, is this the rock paper scissors? Yes, it is.
The resolution mechanic in the Mind's Eye Theater LARP is, in fact, rock, paper, scissors. That is true about it. That's common in a lot of LARPs, I think, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it pretty much universally, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's not as random as rolling a die because you can get good at rock, paper, scissors.
Right.
But functionally, the
if
quickest
I have
and easiest
celerity
thing that you can
and you
do.
don't. Do you like have to shoot your rock, paper, scissors before me?
What was the question? Like about celerity or?
Yeah, if I have celerity and you don't, like, do you have to no, okay.
No, mostly what celerity does is give you extra actions. So like you act at the top of initiative and then again later on.
Got it. So Vampire was this World of Darkness, and then I'm not a huge vampire person, but at some point they kind of got rid of their old vampire games and what they called the original or old World of Darkness, and they made a new generation of editions of Vampire in the new World of Darkness, which used something called the Chronicle system, which I'm led to believe was similar but not the same, and. I honestly do not have a lot of experience with it, but it was still, from what I understand, to be a pretty traditionalist, similar to the sort of simulationist version that we got from the original Vampire. So when a 6th edition came out or got announced, I thought, who cares? But then I read it. I read the blurb on their, getting hyped up for the, for the upcoming Kickstarter or whatever, and I was like, oh man, they're talking about meta currencies. They're talking about success with a complication or success with a cost. They're talking about, fail forward. They're talking about narrative beats. They're talking about pre-built-in character arcs. I go, are they making this into a narrative game? I go, oh my God, everyone is going to hate this. Because I thought it sounded great. And so here we are.
There are some steps in the history of the editions of Vampire
that
you have missed in your retelling, though.
Yes, please.
So we have.
I didn't want to rehash too much on the old editions, but by all means, please add detail.
We have Old World of Darkness, and then we have New World of Darkness, which came out around the same time in my recollection as 4E, and it was kind of panned in the same way that the Spell Plague was panned, where there were a bunch of lore changes that were made to the game and a bunch of things were different, and so it was bad because it was different.
Got it. And you're right. I remember a lot of people were very upset about the lore changes, not just the mechanics, but the lore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some games were mostly the same. So Vampire the Masquerade and Vampire the Requiem both had Ventru. They both had the Camarilla. They were kind of mostly the same and used kind of the same names for things, but were just different enough that people didn't like it. But then there were other games like Changeling the Dreaming and Changeling the Lost are completely different games, and the idea of what a changeling even is different between the two games. You could take your Vampire the Masquerade game and make it a Vampire the Requiem game, probably, but you absolutely could not do that with Changeling, because the fundamental reality of what a changeling even is just completely incompatible. Everything about Changeling the Dreaming and Changeling the Lost are incompatible with each other. And so
you're currently playing in a Changeling game.
Changeling the Dreaming, yes.
Dreaming. And that's the original.
In the same way that the Vampire the Masquerade 20th Century 20th Anniversary Edition, V20, is Vampire the Masquerade, C20, Changeling 20th Anniversary, is Changeling the Dreaming. And so all of the 20th Anniversary releases, re-releases, are all Old World of Darkness. And it was originally the C20 rules that we were using for our Changeling game, but we're currently actually using Quest Worlds because Storyteller is not a good system.
Okay, that's a take.
Derek and I are on this stream to talk about how the narrative games are coming for the World of Darkness properties, and here I am we're just doing Quest Worlds with our Changeling game now.
Whereas my only experience playing Vampire was back in the 90s when I had one friend who was really into vampires and darkness and edginess, and he ran a vampire game and he ran a hunter game, and our characters were all basically characters from the Matrix. You know what I mean? We all had leather trench coats and katanas and Uzis, and we were doing whatever it's called. What's the type of damage that's really nasty? The one that you can't just heal.
Aggravated.
Yeah, it might be aggravated.
It might be aggravated.
I don't know. Silver Bolt.
The whole
we were just we were just superheroes, basically, that happened to be vampires. Aggravated. Thank you, Beowulf.
Yeah. Chat says I'm wrong about Vampire the Requiem, and it was more different than I realized. I never played New World of Darkness, so I knew that there were lore changes and that people didn't care for the lore changes. I assumed that they were more minor and more on the same level as like the Spell Plague or like the Faction War, but apparently not. Apparently much more different.
Insight. We just got a tip from Insight.
How did we end up with an even higher goal?
How did we end up with an even higher goal? Okay, so so some insight from Insight. So originally, I had a $500 goal yesterday because my phone had died. And so Insight, our friend Insight, who, by the way, drove his motorcycle to NightCon, which was awesome. And while he was driving his motorcycle to NightCon, he lost his phone somewhere along a highway because he was on a motorcycle. So he bought a replacement phone just as a stopgap while he was in Columbus. He said, hey, I have this extra phone that I bought for NightCon. Do you want it? And I said, sure. I go, how can he? He goes, no. Just take off a chunk from the tip goal. And I said, okay, deal. So the tip goal went from $500 down to $200. So that's where we were at the start of this stream. Now, what was the goal? The goal was for Derek to go full goth and paint his nails and then eventually do his eyes. However, what you missed, Insight, so the goal was $200. But then Scotty F tipped $525 for me not to do that. In fact, so now I'm anti-goth, which is why I'm now, I'm now popping a collar. And we are now.
You got to keep that collar popped because as soon as you fold it down, now you're emo.
Right. We got to keep the collar popped. I got to be Bully McGuire over here, and that's what happened, unfortunately. So we've crossed the streams too much. So the only way I could represent that on the tip goal was to raise the tip goal to $525, which is what I did. So.
Okay, so we have Old World of Darkness, we have New World of Darkness, we have the 20th Anniversary editions, and then there's also 5th Edition Vampire. 5th Edition Vampire is a different rule set that is... Hi, Sheppy!
Yeah, Sheppy's in chat. What's up, Shep?
Yeah.
We had 51 months, by the way, from Vin, the self-confessed cynic, of supporting the channel. 51 months. Thank you, Vin. Who says, great to see 2 Vampire the Masquerade experts on the stream today to talk about the big changes. I'm not an expert, but she is, sort of.
My knowledge is of Mind's Eye Theater, Laws of the Night, revised 1999.
Yeah. There you go. Whereas my knowledge is whatever the fuck I pulled off the...
You don't even know where it is.
Yeah, here it is. This is what I know. Somebody said, I think that they said this was 2nd edition or 3rd edition. Maybe. Anyways, this is what I know. Yeah. I know dots and D10s.
Yes.
And, Ventru and Tremere and Nosferatu and Gangrel and all this other stuff. That's what I know.
Yes. Everything I know of Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition is that I watched the Dimension 20 City Council of Darkness actual play, and they used 5th edition for that. So I have a approximation of an idea of the kind of dice rolls they make in that based on the actual play. Like a real YouTuber, my understanding is from watching an actual play.
Actual play, yes, correct. That's correct. That's that. And by the way, those are people clearly experts, so we are good there.
Yeah.
Now
I've got the checklist.
Regardless,
checking every box
of whether you like World of Darkness 5th edition, the new World of Darkness, the Chronicle system, or you prefer the original and Storyteller system, what we all can say for sure is that big changes are in store. And that is bringing us to this recently announced Vampire alpha version of Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition. And again, I mostly gave it little to no nevermind. However, when you go to the website, and on Paradox's website, they say things like, always the classic things, by the way, when they're completely about to gut your favorite world and your favorite rule system, is where they say things like, you know, we're moving the game into a new and exciting generation, or dimension, with new options for a new generation of players, while respecting the legacy of the game and the world that came before. Whenever they say that, you are fucking chopped. It's done. You're just over. Yeah, so that's never good news. It's never a good sign for you and your game, if that's the case. But yeah, there we go. So Mage, Changeling are not receiving a 5th edition.
Well, yeah,
Tasty
Vampire
Trekkie.
is like the only popular one.
Tasty Trekkie with his $50 Australian test says, you're missing the proper Crow-inspired 90s eye makeup. And the bro, it's right here. It's right here. And the trench coat. Okay, I don't own a trench coat. And a katana. I do own a katana somewhere. I don't know where it is. Maybe I do, but I don't know where it is somewhere. But if we go full goth, I will find my katana, okay? And a mohawk. I don't have one of those. By the way, not every vampire has a mohawk, okay? That's not every vampire. And I don't think I actually own a pair of sunglasses. Yeah. Hota says, honor the legacy. Yeah, whenever you see honor the legacy, Osli says, if you're honoring the legacy, you don't have to say that you're honoring the legacy. It's exactly right. And so they are basically coming up with a whole new system of the game. Core system rechanges. Vitae and willpower health have been merged. Difficulty now subtracts dice from the pool instead of raising the target number. So it sounds like we're moving away from a DC-based system and getting more to a strict like dice pool system, a little maybe more like Blades in the Dark, perhaps. They've added more like meta plots to your character by adding a beast / nature tracker, integrating that into the humanity system to show a mechanical representation of your struggle between the beast and the humanity. To be fair, there was always the humanity track, which was a little bit mechanical, but it sounds like it's even more kind of Avatar Legends magpie-ified. Storyteller and player resources with the worst names I've ever seen, called Quickening and Drama. But now basically the GM can spend meta points currency to trigger events and empower NPCs. Whereas, of course, classic people would either say, no, I just play the way the dice rule it, or they say, no, I will make whatever changes are needed in order to further the story and increase the drama. I need no meta currency. Anyways, they've added Devil's Bargain and Choose Your Pain, which are literally words like straight out of John Harper's mouth, where you can negotiate a failure to turn it into a success by negotiating a price for your character, or tell your character how you want to choose to suffer in order to gain further success. And so we've got the alpha playtest, and that's what we're going to take a look at. Genobi says, I see Jeff's lace gloves and they look amazing.
Yes. Some of us got dressed up. Some of us didn't gatekeep our costume behind a tip goal. Yeah. Yeah, we have to schedule a meeting for that, by the way. Like, as soon as possible. They say you're muted?
Yeah, because we changed screens, and I haven't had a guest on in a long time, and I'm using a different audio interface, so I didn't have time for that. So here we are, Vampire the Masquerade alpha playtest version. Let me switch this up to single page. All right, so it's 170 pages, by the way. It's not nothing. It's pretty significant. Now, we're not going to go through everything, but we're going to go through a lot. All right, so what you're seeing here is the alpha playtest for Vampire the Night. It's not comprehensive. It's not comprehensive and only includes rules and elements essential. It's 175 pages. It's
a lot of essential rules.
That's pretty chunky. Any terms in brackets is a placeholder term and is subject to change. All right. Game design goals. So we're right here in the start. They said, okay, we wanted 14 clans, We want disciplines. We want dots and dice pools. And we want to support the World of Darkness meta plot. Okay? It's a love letter to the storyteller system. It is available on Demiplane, but it is also available on Drive-Thru RPG. Also, I'm already getting hot, so I'm going to take this off. Here we go. We're going full OnlyFans. Listen, I didn't expect to have to, change. There's a reason I like t-shirts and shorts. Okay. However, it is introducing modern gameplay dynamics. At the same time, we want a system that's more agile, more dynamic, and more in tune with the way games are played today. So already, that is probably going to ruffle feathers for people, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who go, well, wait, no, we play Vampire the way we play Vampire. Less book flipping and more play. And they're like, no, I want the specific rule, and I want to be able to make sure I get it right. Improvisation tools, shared narrative. Players are invited to shape the story through shared narrative opportunities. Streamlined mechanics, player-facing rules, condensing the skill list, and mechanically supporting social interactions. So this is basically everything Derek loves, and it's everything that simulationists / actors / vampire players absolutely hate. So,
Derek, I think for the benefit of the audience, you should at this point bring up a character sheet for Vampire the Masquerade, like V20, just to show when they say condense the skill list. I think the context of what this skill list looked like is important.
Yeah, one sec.
Because
hopefully it is. One.
Yeah. Zipperfist in chat says condensing is right. V20 has 30 abilities. The new one has 13. There were a lot of skills.
All right, so here we have the
Vampire
the Masquerade character sheet.
There it is.
From V20. So you've got 9 attributes divided into 3 categories. And then
those are ability scores.
And these are basically ability scores. And then you have alertness, athletics, awareness, brawl, empathy, expression, intimidation, leadership, streetwise, subterfuge, animal kin, crafts, drive, etiquette, firearms, larceny, melee, performance, stealth, survival, blank. Academics, computer, finance, investigation, law, medicine, occult, politics, science, technology, and blank. Now, you can already immediately tell what kind of person you are. If you're a simulationist, okay, or if you're, someone who has embraced the future, is how many skills do you want in your RPG? And if the answer is you want 25 or 30 skills, you are a simulationist. So I don't want that many skills ever.
The thing is, too, there's a blank because these aren't the only skills. There are more skills. There are like clan-specific skills you can get. There are all of the storyteller games have like basically the same rule set, but like if you're a changeling, the basic skills on your sheet are different from if you're a vampire or if you're a werewolf, and so you can take the other skills from like the other splats if you wanted. There's the skill situation is an absolute mess, and I know that the middle column is the one that's labeled skills.
9 attributes.
Yeah.
Is it at least no? It you have to remind me here. Like, so if I'm making an alertness skill test,
if you're making an alertness skill test, you're probably rolling alertness plus something else, like alertness perception or alertness wits, or potentially even alertness dexterity.
Correct. Right. And to be clear, I don't hate that. I actually don't like the way that like D20 does it, where it's just like it's always the same ability score. And I know every D20 game ever has been like, you can use a different ability score, but like very few people ever do that. But to be clear, the One Ring has 3 categories. There's instead of 3 stats, there's 1 stat that is your physical stat. There's 1 stat that is your wits, and then there's another stat that's like your heart, or your will. And they have 6 skills for each. So that's 18. I think 18 is not a bad number. Hey, look at that. it's getting blown out because of your terrible camera, but I can tell it's a One Ring character sheet.
Yeah.
I saw this. Did you not tell me that you were playing the One Ring?
Well, so you know my wheel picker game?
Yes.
The game that I play in where we roll a wheel picker and that determines
You've
what the
mentioned
next
it.
game we will play. Pre-Gen Con, we rolled the One Ring, but then because Gen Con and everything was happening, we haven't had a chance to start. So we just did character creation last week, and we're starting tomorrow. So I am about to start playing the One Ring, and I am playing an elven treasure hunter who is fair, subtle, and because I'm a treasure hunter, I'm also burglary.
Burglary, yeah.
And my distinctive
Those are your
features.
distinctive traits.
Yes. And my name is I looked at the elf names, and
Yes.
one of the elf names in the book is fully just Baraniel. So I need to figure out how I'm going to like say this by tomorrow in like the most snooty elf way, like Baraniel. You know?
Right. Yes, of course. You have to get your accents correct.
I have to get my snooty elf voice down, and how many like syllables I'm going to add to Baraniel.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm a big for sure. Wes says treasure hunter. Let's go. Wes is a dwarf treasure hunter in our One Ring game. All right. So, oh, there's a cat. Any case, so as you can see, this is a very long list of skills and abilities. And then you also have your advantages. You have your disciplines, your backgrounds, and then you also have your blood pool, your willpower, and your humanity. So, you know, there's a whole thing here. To be clear, it's not like it's the most complicated RPG that's ever existed in the world. But they have said that they are going to make it easier with a condensed skill list and player-facing rules. Another classic example of simulationist is like, no, I want the NPCs and the PCs to use the exact same rules. Like when I sit down to make a 3rd edition villain that's 22nd level, I want to build a 22nd level character all the way. I want to assign every skill rank, every feat. Yeah. So, anyways. All right. They want to play as self-expression. They want to improve player agency. It's like if somebody gave me the reins to the vampire, vault, and I got to decide what was going to happen here. Players now choose how they fail, how they suffer, and how the beast takes hold. Anyways, every choice has consequences. The game has degrees of failure. We see things like resource costs. By the way, these are all basically just PBTA-isms, right? You can see that there's this idea of degrees of failures. Resource cost is basically, when you fail, it's going to cost you some sort of resource or something of issue, or you might have to sacrifice, right? So it's success or failure with a consequence. There's no just you fail, nothing happens, right? Everything has a consequence. We can also see that play itself, the mechanics. So when it says play generates conflict, this is actually one of the hallmarks of a narrativist approach, because what it means is that the mechanics themselves of the game, rather than trying to simulate a reality, are actually trying to simulate a story structure. Okay. And the mechanics of the game create drama. And so you can see here that you have things like Devil's Bargain, where you as a player can choose to introduce a complication into the story in order to secure a success when you need one by paying a price negotiated with the storyteller, right? Like the classic, oh no, we're about to, I don't know, kill all these people, but one of them is secretly my best friend or somebody that I went to school, I don't know, whatever vampires do. I don't actually know. I only know teen drama. But
that's what vampires do.
Okay.
They do teen drama.
They're teen drama. Okay, yeah.
They do teen. There's a couple genres of what vampires do. There's the teen drama genre. There's the political machinations genre, where you and your political enemy sit in your respective high-rise penthouse apartments and you scheme against each other and send your minions out, but you never leave your penthouse. And then there is the I'm a D&D adventurer, but I'm still in a vampire game
Right, like
genre where you
the
go.
John Wick vampire version.
No. This is the one. No, not that one. This is
That's
the
the only
one
one I've ever
where
played. Is John Wick.
no. This is the type of vampire where the thing that you do is you have somebody that you want to kill, so you're going to go to the Boston Zoo and you're going to break into the zoo and you're going to steal a gorilla and you're going to ghoul the gorilla, and now the gorilla is going to fight with you and you are going to rampage the streets of Boston with a gorilla, and then you're going to lose control of the gorilla, and then the gorilla is going to stampede through people's backyards, getting filmed on people's Ring cameras, so on and so forth, until it eventually gets put down. And then there's a masquerade breach because of this hideous gorilla that was found in someone's backyard after killing pets.
So at what point between teen drama, Machiavellian corporo scheming, and gorilla baiting,
Wrangling,
do we end up with modern Gothic horror? Where's the modern Gothic horror?
Is that what you expect from Vampire the Masquerade?
Well, that's what Vampire described itself as.
Well, see, I don't know what Vampire describes itself as. I just know what LARPers do in practice, and it's ghoul gorillas.
So the problem with Vampire, at the end of the day, is that it's being played by players. That's the problem. Yeah, okay.
Like,
so it's like
there was someone
like,
in chat who said that they didn't care for Dimension 20 City Council of Darkness because it wasn't very vampire. In my experience, it was exactly World of Darkness.
Got it. Right, because see, in my experience, the way that, and by the way, when I say my experience, Boyko wants to know, has anyone ever experienced Gothic horror in Vampire the Masquerade? Because, and when I say in my experience, what I mean is me and my friends snidely snickering and laughing and pointing fingers at the vampire people and the LARPers when we were, younger, was in our idea, Vampire was supposed to be like, oh, it's so difficult being so powerful and beautiful. Every day is 1,000 years of suffering. To have everything and to own nothing. Oh, woe is me. That's what in our minds, that's what Vampire wanted to be, or like thought itself was going to be, like as friends, like the game made you, like you looked at the game and the game seemed to make you want to feel like you were supposed to feel bad about being such an incredible, powerful badass, when in reality everyone was like, this is fucking the tits, this is great, like I love this.
Yeah, and that's a little bit unfortunate, but people playing a game are only going to play the game the way that they want to play it. And so the reality of what Vampire the Masquerade is in practice is going to be not so far off from what the reality of D&D is in practice. Like, if you are someone who's going to sit down to a D&D table and like murder hobo around, then you're somebody who's going to sit down to the Vampire the Masquerade game and you're going to find a gorilla.
Yeah.
Like, it's just...
Right. Well, Dan, I think this is exactly the point, Dan. Dan says there are no mechanics for horror in Vampire. Right. But I think there's about to be. That's the point. And so, we're going to get into this. Okay. Plug and play experience. They want to streamline character creation, simplify the NPCs, allowing them to be created in the middle of this session. And then story events. A set of tools lets the storyteller quickly generate events and situations for dynamic play. So, sounds like that's a really long way of saying, here's a bunch of random Oracle tables to generate stuff, because now you're not going to prep these elaborate railroady stories. It's just going to be like the players are at the wheel. They get to make all the decisions. They're going to be throwing curveballs. They have a lot of narrative input, a lot of player agency on the story direction. Boothby says, I tried to be a Gothic horror vampire and I got kicked out of my group.
You should have been at Nosferatu, who lives in the dumpster outside of Denny's.
I feel like any Nosferatu I would ever try to be would just inevitably end up becoming the Phantom of the Opera, like every time. Okay.
Yeah, the vampire politics can set up a lot of interesting tension zipper fist. The issue is that not all players want to play through that kind of political maneuvering and manipulation, and not all people are prepared to have the kinds of above table conversations and like frank discussion about the game that you need to have in order to be able to do a campaign where people are manipulating and being abusive towards characters and NPCs.
Right.
In LARP, but also in tabletop. And
But
I think
it goes without saying, though, that Vampire itself, I mean, certainly back in the 90s, I don't know about modern day Vampire. I mean, it positions itself as a more mature game.
yes, but I think that it didn't do enough to give people guardrails, and there
Okay.
wasn't enough in the game that offered guidance on how to actually behave towards other players if you're going to be doing fucked up shit to them and their character like in the game. There wasn't enough of a framework for like, you're going to do this hideous thing to someone inside of the game, so outside of the game, here's how you can initiate a conversation with them about what a manipulative asshole your character is, and make sure that you are your character manipulating their character and not you manipulating them.
Well, something you told me, which I thought was really interesting, was you said after the final night of LARPing, there's always like a post-LARP party
Yes.
where it's really important that you're not in character, because it's like an opportunity to be like, oh my God, that was so amazing. I love that
Yeah.
you were a bitch to me. You're like, that was
Yeah.
incredible, because it really helps
Yeah.
reestablish that line between,
Yes.
that was my character, not me. Right.
Yeah. At the Gen Con LARP, we do that at the end of Saturday night. We get pizza for everybody, and everybody comes, and we're all together, and we're out of character, and we have food, and it's safe, and everyone can decompress together and talk about the game out of character, or ask people questions about, like, why did your character do that? What was your motivation for that? I didn't understand what was happening here. Can you explain to me why we had this argument, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
And it's so easy for people to get tangled up in the actions of other characters and prescribe them to be the actions of other players, because as a player, you are making the choice to have your character do that.
Right. It's tough to, people, it wasn't me, it was my character. It's like, dude, your character doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Like, you made that choice, right? Yeah. Quest Friend says, LARPing is a great excuse to be awful to your friends and then high five afterwards. To be fair, that's pretty much how you and I played Oath. So
Yes,
that checks
exactly. And that's why I am like LARPer, and also that Oath game fucking rocked.
out. All right, so the focus. They
Shinobi,
wanna...
I could not agree with you more. Why are people so offended by content warning as safety tools? I agree so much. You cannot be truly awful to your friends in a game without having some kind of safety tool in place to make sure that they can communicate, like, oh, I'm actually not having fun with this.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that people go down that line, and it's just because of the idea that, like, there's this what's the word I'm looking for? There's like this there's like a challenge based mindset that I think is built into certain RPGs, where it's like, no, I want you to be uncomfortable. That's what I'm aiming for. That's the whole point of this game, is to challenge you and challenge your assumptions, right? And, like, I mean, we could go off on a vastly controversial topic here, but and tangent, but like a similar thing would be happening. Like, for example, in Monster Hearts, there is a move called Turn Someone On, and it doesn't care about sexual orientation or genre or gender. And the idea would be like, and the author, who is a trans person, and whatever, is very much about that thing. People have argued, well, shouldn't I be able to X card someone turning me on? And they've said no, because they're like, the whole point is for you to be uncomfortable with your sexuality. And so there's this kind of like, it sometimes feels like it's maybe one-sided with the whole, X-cardvism. And also this idea that sometimes the author's intent of the game is to make you uncomfortable. And it is to sort of put you into a place where you're not 100% okay. But then there's this idea of what the fuck, it's a game. But then people are like, no, it's more than a game. It's everything. And so it just spirals into this really weird place. So.
Yeah, I mean, different experiences are going to be different experiences, and you play different games to have the experience that game offers. And so one of the core things about Monster Heart and the turn someone on move, and the reason that you shouldn't X-card it, is because the point of Monster Hearts is to be in that space of being a teen and not being in control of your body and having experiences that you don't fully understand and that your character is uncomfortable with. Right. And so being able to X card out of those experiences makes it so that like you're not even actually playing the game, because that uncomfortability with your body and the realizations that you have about unwanted things about your body that you realize as a teen, that is the whole point of the game. And that's not the point of every game. And so it makes sense for Monster Hearts for that to be something that you're not going to X card.
Point of Vampire to sort of be face to face with these questions of humanity and monstrosity and the very nature of power and I mean, there's a lot of
But in Monster Hearts, the turn someone on move is a move that turns on your character. And so in the same, but you can still have a conversation above board while playing Monster Hearts about, I'm going to use this move on your character, right? And so being able to have,
it's like, no, I'm turning you on.
Well, that's what I'm saying about the difference between your character manipulating another character versus you manipulating another player.
I just think that there's a mistaken belief, and maybe it's not even mistaken. There's a mistaken belief that people can and will use X cards to basically just nope out of anything, that they're not okay with, again, it's a whole thing. I will say this. I think safety tools are great. But I also think going to a player and saying, maybe this game isn't for you, and asking them to leave your game is also great. Okay? Like, I'm going to X card you as a person because you have the right to, nope out of these situations. Of course you do. But I also have the right to not invite you back to the game because my game is about those things. And I do want to explore them. And if you're not interested in exploring them, then that's totally acceptable. But then you're not going to be part of this campaign.
Of course.
But I think a lot of people have a problem with that.
I think that comes from a mistaken understanding about what the point of a safety tool is.
Right.
There's no reason for you to play a game with people who you don't want to play games with. You should be playing a game with other people who want to play the game that you want to play. You and the other players are coming together to have a shared storytelling experience where you are collaborating on that story. And if you want to tell a story about something that somebody else at that table doesn't want to do a story about, you just shouldn't be playing together because you're not
right. You are in a healthy environment when you're doing something and someone X cards you and your reaction is, oh shit, I'm so sorry, my bad, I didn't mean to, blah blah blah, what can I do to rectify this or whatever situation, but yeah.
But you're also in a healthy and safe environment.
I don't believe in Session Zero. I don't think Session Zero fixes all problems the way that people think it does. It does not. There's too many millions of things that get covered and expectations, and you can't possibly hope to cover all that. I think setting those things up in Session Zero is the idea that you're going to cover every situation is crazy. Yeah. But yeah. All right. So. Lugs, show us where the RPG hurt you. That's much love, Lugs. Okay, so back to the playtest focus. They want you to focus on the humanity scale. What I don't care what they want us to focus on. It's fine. Apparently, the things that they changed.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. Are you planning on playing this?
Derek doesn't care about the intent of the game.
Well, no, I don't care.
The game is about something, and Derek says no.
They're saying they want you to pay particular attention to this rule because they're looking for feedback on these particular rules. I don't care about their playtesting.
Yeah, that's whatever. Okay.
Yeah, but it's fine. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. I don't know the game well enough to be able to really judge this, but for people who do, what has changed? Difficulty now reduces the number of dice you roll on a test. A new mechanic, quickening, name anything in brackets, by the way, is a name to be changed. Rewards players for rolling well, giving them a resource they can spend to improve their chances in future situations. A true meta currency. Storytellers also have a resource that they can spend to complicate PC circumstances or introduce new twists in the story. And this is, of course, the classic, why do storytellers need a resource to be able to do that? Or there might be people who go, the storyteller shouldn't be introducing anything. They should only be doing what's written down and prepped and established. They shouldn't just be making stuff up. It needs to be real, damn it. Real. Health and blood are now one resource called Vitae. Humanity tracker has been updated to the humanity scale, also known as a balance track, which tracks the inner struggle between your monstrous and human sizes and the urges that press against you. By the way, this is exactly the mechanic that I created for my Wilderfeast Mega Hack Mega game, where I wanted to explore what happens to a person as they become more monstrous through the consumption of monster parts. And I deliberately wanted to sort of explore that space. And a lot of people are like, I don't think the game's about that. I think it's much about eating monster parts and becoming cool. And I was like, yes, I know, but I want to explore this idea of what does it mean to be human? And in order to protect the thing that you love, are you willing to become the thing that you hate? Ooh, deep. Players roll almost all the dice in the game.
I am strong.
Congratulations, Derek.
Both to accomplish actions and to avoid things happening to them. Thank God Almighty. Physical and social conflicts share unified procedures. We love unified procedures. Many disciplines now scale with you. So this is the player packet. There's also a storyteller focus. We'll mostly focus here on the rules and the changes. Zipperfish, I have no confidence that these rules... I mean, this is a super pre-alpha version with requests for play tests. You know, I mean, it's a whole thing here. I'm not very good for this. All right. Content warning. This is a game of horror. You play a monster, even when something inside you is still trying not to be one. Resisting that is possible. It is costly, but so is not resisting. Some of the monsters in this game will be less careful with their humanity than you. Vampire the Masquerade deals with predatory power dynamics, violence, abuse, sexual content, substance abuse, mental illness, religious and theological and mythological themes. Groups can decide how explicitly these themes play out their table, but they cannot be removed from the fiction entirely. This is a game meant for adults, and what happens at the table during play should stay at the table. Now that's interesting, because on one hand, they're saying, here's all the things, and then they're saying, these are pretty much essential to the game, and it is meant for adult, and if you can't handle that vis-a-vis, you are not an adult, but also saying, you know, what happens at the table should stay at the table.
I mean, yeah, that's what you were saying about Monster Hearts as well, right?
Correct. Yes.
Like,
this is authorial intent. This is authorial intent. Again, I like games that have an opinion. I like games that have an opinion. When games are just like agnostic and they're just like, nope, this is just a rules engine. You can use it for whatever you want. I don't fucking care. You know, bang it against the wall, do whatever you want with it. Jumpstart your car with it, play an RPG with it, whatever works for you. Go with me. As long as you pay me money, it's yours to do whatever you want with. I think that's not as appealing. I like games to have an opinion. So, okay. Players' principles. Right off the bat, we are starting with players' principles, not the rules, not how to make a character. We're talking about principles, which is very much, again, I mean, it's not only PBTA, but the idea that as a player, you have a job to do. is and the understanding what it is that your, core, what your job is, basically at the table. Self-confessed cynic says, reminder, if Derek likes your game, you are in trouble. This is very true. And Zipperfist said this. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Shinobi says, use this damn thing as a coaster. I got your money already, bitch. Yeah, that's another way of putting it. AKA's Shinobi, the modern Kickstarter pipeline, right? Which is, how do I get as much of my people's money as possible, and then I don't care if they ever play the game again. So let's see here. Ding, 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 ding. That's where we go. By the way, for what it's worth, well, I won't get into it, but okay, number one, you are no hero. You are powerful. You can dodge bullets. You can lift cars. You can turn every head in a room, but you are not a hero. You are not here to save the world. You are a vampire, a predator, a monster who drinks the blood of the living. That doesn't prevent you from sometimes trying, though. Even if it's just to make you feel a little bit better about all the horrible things that you have to do every night. So again, they seem to be leaning into this idea of personal, or if not gothic horror, personal horror.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to fail. The game is not about winning. It's about doing what you can with what you got. Failure is an integral part of the game. Monsters and morality. You are a monster who was once a human. Powerful and vulnerable. This reminds me a long time ago. My friend, Mike, had just read interview. This is early, mid-90s. Maybe early 90s. We're playing D&D and 2nd edition. And he had just read, or he either just read or had just seen the Interview with the Vampire movie. The one with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
And he was really obsessed with vampires. And he really wanted to be turned into a vampire. And I was like, dude, they're so powerful. And he goes, yeah, no, they have a lot of weaknesses. And I go, like what? He's like they, he goes, like they die if you shove a stake through their heart. And I go, dude, anybody dies if you shove a stake through their heart. That's not a weakness. You can't say that's a weakness. If you shove a stake through my heart, I die too. Pursue your goals ambitiously. Every choice has a loss and a gain. Nothing comes easily to a vampire. Every time you try to accomplish something, it will cost you. Gain an ally and inherit that ally's enemies. Indulge your monstrous impulses too much, and it gets harder to pass among mortals, with the reverse being just as true. The rules of the game are built around this idea. Pay attention to your choices. Yeah. I mean, again, it's a mechanical system that pushes you towards drama.
Yeah,
Look, secrets are everywhere. No vampire survives alone. Enjoy the suffering. Be a haven in horror. Yeah. All right. The World of Darkness. All right. This is the summary of the World of Darkness from the perspectives of vampires, and introduces some of the perks and challenges of being a vampire in the modern world. Now, we don't need to go through all of this because, of course, you are all vampire experts. You know everything, about. Well, Twiggy, I was letting her do her makeup. That's why I was.
Oh, I was just going to say that all of this is just reinforcing what vampire has, in theory, always been about, but in practice, nobody ever actually does.
Cineboss wants to know, what the fuck does a haven in horror even mean? It means this is a mature game and it deals with mature themes that can be uncomfortable. As a player, it is your responsibility to respect everyone at the table and make sure they feel safe and welcome. You could be a monster in the game, but you should be a human at the table and care to those around you. Respect each other's boundaries and listen to what you all want from the game. So there you go. Right. So according to Jess, nothing about this is new, but also no one ever did this anyways.
I mean, it depends. Some of them more than others. But like all of the stuff about the humanity track and everything, all of that, like in theory, that's always been what Vampire the Masquerade has been about. But in practice, that's just kind of the thing that you say that it's about, and not necessarily something that you actually do, because there's never actually been rules to support it other than like, oh, I have a high humanity, so now if I feed on anything other than a rat, I'll lose humanity.
Right. Yeah, I remember
It's just like the rules backup of it has always been kind of weak.
due to some weird rules fluke, somebody made a character once who had like humanity 10, and someone's like, the example given was like Jesus. And
Yes.
and they were like, if you have an impure thought, you lose humanity.
Yeah. No, like humans don't have humanity 10.
Right. The example, I think, in the book was like Jesus. Derek Rowland says, superheroes with fangs. And then Zipperfest says, to be clear, I do agree that most games devolve into Monty Pythons and superheroes given the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it depends on what the goal of everybody coming together at the game is. Like, if you have a storytelling goal where you want to tell a story about what it looks like as you struggle with your humanity, then everyone is going to be invested in that goal. But if you're just kind of coming together for beer and pretzels tabletop role playing game, like I need something fun to do on a Friday night.
Okay, but if you're in it for beer and pretzels tabletop role playing games, why are you playing Vampire and not Dragon Bait?
Because you're gonna ghoul a gorilla, obviously.
See, I think part of the problem is people like me don't think vampires are cool. That's the issue, right?
Why don't you think vampires are cool?
I don't want to be a vampire.
Why not? Why not?
Because
defend yourself. Why don't you think vampires are cool?
Because a vampire is a bad guy to be killed, not to aspire to be.
Okay, but these people also play like chaotic neutral murder hobos in D&D.
Yeah, but I don't play chaotic neutral murder hobos in D&D either.
Okay.
So I think that's what it comes down to. Is everybody has a different version of a power fantasy, and mine doesn't include vampires. So that's what it really comes down to. Like again, when my friend growing up, we were teenagers, he saw Interview with the Vampire. XL Shadow X Death Lord.
XL_Shadow_X_Death_Line.
Yes, very good.
Tipped $5.
My fans are coming out.
For true role players, no casuals allowed.
Is this one of your people?
No. I don't know. I guess so.
No casuals
they're
allowed.
All your
this
people.
is only for
they're
serious
all here
people.
Because they're your people.
Yeah. Well, no, but Shinobi, this is what I'm hearing though. Shinobi, I'm hearing that yes, that is what the game is about. No one plays it like that. That's what I'm hearing, Shinobi. Right.
I mean, Changeling the Dreaming is also like at its core about the world is oppressive and it wants to kill you and capitalism is bad and you're going to die because the world is inherently oppressive and there is no way to keep the spark inside of you alive. But then people play Changeling the Dreaming and they're all just doing like everything everywhere all at once, hot dog fingers at each other, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's one way to think of it. Tasty Trekkie says, the best vampire games for me are functionally have been The Sopranos with fangs and then more violence and ghouled elephants. So, Panic wants to know, what is a changeling? Good get. I do not know what a changeling is officially, so.
What a changeling is in Changeling the Dreaming and Changeling the Lost is different. Like in folklore, a changeling is a fae exchanged your baby for a fae, and now you are tricked into raising a fae baby. And this is a folklore that is probably arose to explain the existence of autistic people when people realize that, like, oh, my baby is not the way that I thought my baby would be. And so the story that I'm telling myself now is that my baby was replaced with a fae. Which then obviously evolved into I gave my baby a vaccine and now my baby has autism.
Right.
But a changeling
but in the actual lore of the game, it's In Changeling the Dreaming, a changeling is a supernatural story-based kind of magical creature from Arcadia that left Arcadia because of big problems in Arcadia and came to the mortal world, but the mortal world is full of banality and it will kill you if you are in it. So you have to do a ritual called the Changeling Way, where you burrow yourself and your heart and like your changeling essence, the thing that makes you a fae, inside of the body of a mortal and use them as like a shield to protect you from the banality of the world that will kill you. And so their body also is
banal, right? Their body
Insight tip
is kind of the thing that will kill
$525.
you, but
What's
you
your
are
favorite
you are
My
tucked
Chemical
safe
Romance song?
inside of the Iron Maiden. And
All right,
that
Insight
is you, a
just-
changeling.
Insight just canceled out the $525 tip. He wants to know what's my favorite MCR song. I mean, Helena is my favorite. You know, who doesn't? I mean, that's such a good one. Black Parade is also Welcome to the Black Parade is really good. All right, folks. Well, it looks like we're back on top. We are only like $80, $90. I can't even do the math. From me having to do my nails. So act now and forever hold your peace. Insight, by the way, who just sent me
A phone.
his phone. You guys are crazy. Shinobi,
And this is after buying
it
my spot in
surprises
the
you as much as
Discord.
it surprises me, Shinobi. I will freely admit. Insight, Scotty, thank you guys. Your competition and opposition has only benefited me. I appreciate you both so much. You know what? It's all Jess. She's just thanks for Jess being here. That's what it is. All right. Well, you saw there. Insight did his job. If we get across the finish line, we will. Jess did her makeup. Is it time for Derek?
We'll do cat for the stream.
Oh my gosh, cat for the stream.
Cat for the stream.
Panic, they make me feel like a peasant too, my friend. Look, those who can do, and that's all that's awesome. Okay, Scott. All right. We can't, guys. You can't.
$200. I can't abide by this. This is for the no.
You guys are being insane. Oh. All right. I don't even know where we are anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what?
should have
Shinobi's
dress-up
right. Maybe I
goals.
should just turn this into a cosplay channel.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's get past page 5.
Yeah, let's get past page 5.
Oh,
all right.
How much for? Oh,
We're doing this, and that's
How
fine.
much
All
for
right,
a
you know what?
fishnet
That's
shirt?
it. We
Insight tip
have to do my nails.
$300. We're doing this.
okay.
And
Okay.
that's final.
You guys are all insane. Scotty, thank you so much. Insight, you're a crazy person, but at the end of the day, if I've done the math right, we went back 200, and now we were 95 away. We went up 300. We have reached it.
Yeah.
I am doing my nails. We are
Oh my God.
we're locked into that.
Oh my
so
God.
we will be doing that. We're gonna get through a few more pages first. Scotty,
Yeah,
thank you
let's
so
get to
much
page 7.
because of your idiocracy. The Insight idiocracy has taken over. Now there's still phase 2. Okay, I just want to be clear about that. This was just phase 1. Insight says, "There goes my Insight." Scotty, both of you, right? Dinner's on me at NightCon. All right, I've already established this. We'll definitely treat you guys there. I appreciate you guys a lot, but it's because of, you know what though. At the end of the day, let me just say, it is because of the crazy generosity of people like Insight and and even a patron. I mean, I cannot stress this enough. Somebody who gives me $5 a month every month, $60 a year. That is literally more than I basically make from like YouTube, like on its own. So that's why I can do that. Remember, my channel would never succeed unless I was constantly doing 5e content, or I was constantly doing whatever other stuff. A little bit Twiggy, it would, yeah. To be clear, I think we're $5 over into phase 2, but I do want to get through some of the content here first before I do my nails. And we will be. We will be doing the nails, apparently. All right. Thank you, guys. You guys are crazy. So we got stuff about the Camarilla and the world, the technology, surveillance, social media. Let's test, Jess, your Vampire the Masquerade lexicon.
Okay.
What is caitiff?
A Cutoff is a
Kaitiff.
vampire who is a low enough generation that they don't have any of the unique blessings or curses of a specific clan. They are the clanless vampires.
Got it. Perfect. Good. What is a coterie?
That is a group of vampires who come together as a group, like a coven.
Got it.
Like your party is a coterie.
Got it. What is diablerie?
Diablerie is when you drink the blood of another vampire and you gain their powers.
Correct. What
The
is
beckoning is like a ringing that you hear that is telling you that Gehenna is coming.
What is the
There's a
embrace?
That is to embrace someone is to make them a vampire.
Yes. Good. And what is a white? Or this could be a new
I don't
term.
know.
A white is a nearly mindless vampire that is fully surrendered to the beast. Little more than a wild animal. Okay. It sounds like aggravated damage is now called baneful damage, which is a terrible name. A unique form of damage that reduces your maximum vitae and takes longer to mend. For vampires, this is normally caused by exposure to fire or sunlight. A question for people, and for Jess, for you as a game designer. Do you like doing, like, glossaries of terms first?
I haven't decided. The theoretical book that I'm writing, my LARP thing, it does start with a glossary of terms because I do think it's useful to explain what everything is before going forward. But I don't know if I actually think that it's the right call.
Yeah. So I've always had this problem. Mini glossary at the start, big glossary at the end. Yeah, I mean, I could say this. I think that's fine. The thing is like for example, I've always said that like most board games are taught badly because they start like teaching you terms and you could take these actions. And you're like, okay, start with what am I trying to do in this game? Why do I care about taking actions? Like, what am I trying to do? So like telling me about like a basic success is kind of silly when I don't even understand the core concepts of the game itself. But anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like this is a pretty extensive index considering it's 4 pages of index. But people seem to actually like it. So that's fine. I actually witnessed, how does the generic lore of vampires fit into the game? Crucifixes, holy water, priests, exorcisms, running water,
have different
counting seeds,
different vampires
or
have
counting
different
grains.
weaknesses that affect them in particular. So like there are some types of vampires that certain folklore things are true of, but then it's only true of like that clan because that's their unique weakness that they inherited from from Cain, from the bloodline of Cain that they are.
Got it. So it's just like Warhammer 40K and who your Primarch was. Got it. Thanks. Converted it to 40K. All right. So basics of play. We make a world. The storyteller will describe a scheme. Then the players will take turns saying what they do, and then we will resolve the activities, and then we rinse and repeat. Shocking. Step 1. What are you? You have to make a creature of the night. So you can be a neonate, an ancilla, or an elder. Which
that's
basically
just,
is
your age, how long you've been around.
how badass of a vampire you are. So that determines your max dots, which is like your max ranks. How many disciplines you can have. Oh, the maximum number of dots you can put in any one discipline. And then a generational modifier. I like this description. An undead monster who drinks blood for pleasure and survival. The gifts of the damned are strong in you. And then it says, as vampire neonate. As vampire neonate. All right. Play a vampire if you want to rule the night or die trying. You'll have terrible powers, or incredible powers, and terrible weaknesses. Again, like being staked through the heart, killing you. Oh, no. Most characters start as neonates, young vampires embraced within the last 50 years or so, likely of the 11th, 12th, or 13th generation. You are immortal. You need blood. Aside from shriveled dead organs, the only thing inside your body is blood?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You're literally like a blood bag?
Yeah, well, like you don't have other fluids. You're not full of water anymore. You are dead. Your body is dead.
Right. But then that creates certain, like, I mean, I get it, you're a supernatural creature of darkness, but there's a lot of, like, you know, that has a lot of, like, problems from, like, a physics standpoint. Like, what are my muscles?
Yeah, I'm full of blood.
But do I have muscles?
Well, shriveled.
Do I have bones?
I mean, I think you have bones.
Okay. Because, like, the way this is describing, I'm imagining I'm a balloon filled with blood.
Here's
also,
what
blood
they're
is like
getting
99% water, so there's also that. But
Here's what they're getting at when they say that you have shriveled organs and blood, right?
Yeah.
You don't have other bodily fluids anymore.
Is this a way of saying you can't impregnate people? No, that's not what they're trying to say.
The lack of vampire cum is an integral part of Vampire the Masquerade. This is of vital importance. Yeah, no saliva. None of that. No stomach acid. No spit. No pee. You don't piss anymore. You piss out blood. You cry blood.
So you
Your
wait.
tears are
So
blood.
you still pee. It's just
No, because you don't drink anything other than blood.
Right. All right. Moving on. Panic says I just played my X card
from chat. We've got X card from chat. Yeah, you would salivate blood. That's correct.
Okay. During the day, you enter day sleep. You know, you're a vampire. You have a dual nature, the beast and your humanity. Your blood augments your powers. You have sharper senses. You are undead.
Mm-hmm.
However, despite being an undead, you still can be stunned, poisoned, diseased. Oh, wait, we're not playing Pathfinder 2. Unnatural presence. Animals don't like you. I'm out. I'm 100% out. If dogs don't like me, I'm out.
Well, you can make dogs like you. You can probably get a merit that makes it so that dogs actually don't mind you.
Oh, okay. Well, wait. Am I forcing them to like me? Because I don't want that either. I want them to just like me because I'm cool.
You can... There are a lot of vampire
all right,
weaknesses that you can historically get merits to buy off. Like, you can get one that lets you eat food, and then you just have to, like, discreetly vomit it up later.
Who plays this game? What is wrong with all of you people? By the way, for what it's worth, I only own like 3 White Wolf games. I own Vampire.
Mm-hmm.
I own Vampire. I own Exalted.
Mm-hmm.
And I own Werewolf. Werewolf I fuck with. Werewolf Eco-Terrorists, I'm down.
Yeah, my other White Wolf book. So I have my, as we've covered, my Mind's Eye Theater Laws of the Night revised 1999. And then I also have, you'll never guess what this is. You'll never guess what book this is about to be.
Uh-oh, more shelfies from Jeff's.
Yeah, I have to figure out where I put it. Oh, here it is.
By the way, while she's looking that up, is that Changeling?
It's Changeling. It's Changeling the Dreaming. Changeling the Dreaming 2nd edition.
There you go. Vampire weakness. You are immortal, almost. Fire and sunlight can cause you great harm and can even destroy you, while a wooden stake through the heart. Yeah, that's a weakness for a lot of us. That's wooden stakes tend to fuck you up through the heart.
Yeah, but I think being staked just paralyzes you.
That is true. Unlike Buffy vampires, which explode into dust.
Yeah.
All right, step 2.
If you stake
We've
a
done this
human
before.
through the heart, they would die. But if you stake a vampire in the heart, they're paralyzed.
The only thing we established was that nobody wanted to be a Toreador when we did this poll before.
Oh.
Is what clan do you want to be? The Banu Hakim, the Bruja, the Gangrel, the Giovanni, the Lasombra, the Malkavians, the Ministry, the Nosferatu, the Naravnos, the Salubri, the Toreador, the Tremere, the Shmishi? Shmish? Smees? I can't say that word.
There's a couple different ways that people pronounce it. I'm not 100% positive that I know what the correct pronunciation of it is, but usually people say Tsimis or Timichi. Yeah.
Okay. The Ventru and the Caitiff. Shinobi says it's Zemisi.
Zemisi, yeah.
Zemisi. Anyways, they all apparently have their own curse, which is what Jess was talking about, related to their sort of descendant of their bloodline. And they also have apparently a frenzy, which must be like what happens when the blood takes over. Or something like that. Because it does seem to be like, they're the when they lose control, what do they tend to do?
Yes, when you frenzy, it is because you are losing control, the beast takes over and you can't control your actions. If each clan has a unique
cryptophilia? Now I know what necrophilia is. What is cryptophilia?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Is that like a game term?
It's the frenzy of the Nosferatu clan.
Okay.
Does that mean like you want to?
I think having unique clan-based frenzies
cryptid animals or something.
New. I doubt it.
Oh, you become obsessed with secrets and hoarding your own. Okay.
Hello, sir. Hello.
I thought it may have been monster sex too, but apparently not. All right.
No. Vampire, as we covered previously about the bodily fluids, Vampire the Masquerade is surprisingly poo-poo on monster sex.
Oh. Whereas Monster Heart is surprisingly pre-pro for monster sex.
Not surprisingly, expectedly. That's what that game is about.
It's true. And you might say, that's fucked up. Yeah, they just took those rules from Apocalypse World, the original game, which had sex moves in it. So then you choose your sire. They have a whole list here of sires for making your vampire. You choose your generation, which is your power ranking.
Your generation is how many generations removed from Cain you are.
From Cain you are. Okay, got it. Okay. So even if you're like relatively new, you're only like 14 or 15 generations from Cain, huh? I guess that makes sense.
That's correct.
But right. You have to deliberately create a vampire. It's not like one of those like it's a virus, it just spreads whenever you feed. Right. Yeah. Okay. Your sire, depending on what kind of sire you have, gives you a bonus dot in a discipline. Like if you have a secretive sire, you get a bonus dot in either Auspex, Celerity, or Obfuscate. I know what Obfuscate is. That's a big Nosferatu one, right? That's where you can creep around in the shadows.
Yeah, that's the sneaky one.
Yeah. Generation gives you a generation modifier. Not 100% sure what that is.
It probably just makes you like more powerful for being older.
Yeah, but again, and then you have a life path system. You get 5 dots to distribute among your life path's skills list. Actually, let's do this real quick.
Are we creating a vampire?
No, that would take too long. I want to see if they have a character sheet.
I don't think they do. I think people were talking in the Discord about how there's no character sheet.
Really?
I'm not sure. Consult chat. Chat will know.
Chat, is there
I thought I saw some discussion about there not being a character sheet in this file. There's pre-gens.
Yeah. Okay, I found one.
You found it? Okay.
I don't know if someone made it, but I found one.
Okay.
So here is a Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition character sheet. We have name, clan, apparent age, aka presentation, clan curse, which again is related to, you're that particular descendant of king, your generation, which gives you a modifier, your actual age, which is apparent from your apparent age, your date of embrace, your nostalgic decade, your archetype, and your sire. We still have the 9 ability attributes: strength, dex, stamina, charisma, manipulation, composure, intelligence, wits, resolve.
That's what they mean when they say that they're respecting the legacy.
Right. So as a reminder, no, that's 4th edition. Then we do get this. We have a vitae track and a willpower track. Now, remember, in the original game, you had a track for your blood and your willpower.
Yeah, your hunger.
Yeah. You had your humanity, your willpower track, and your blood pool track. And they said that they combined of those to just...
They combined your health with your blood pool, and they combined your resolve? Willpower?
Yeah.
Willpower?
Yeah. So now you just have one track called Vitae, and you have another track called Willpower. And then here is your humanity scale, which looks exactly like the track from Avatar. And then here's our much reduced skill list. That's it now, folks. It's just athletics, awareness, craft, expression, fighting, investigation, knowledge, medicine, persuasion, shooting, sabotage, survival, and subterfuge. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So from 30 plus to 13. So, and then I guess this is for a picture of your character. You write down your life paths, your traits, your resources, and a spot for your disciplines. So yeah. And then you have your nature and your beast, which I guess is like, how do you manifest your particular levels of dread? I mean, it looks like a much more modern and tight sheet to me, but who am I to say anything? It's interesting that the strength and dex and stamina look like they're scores now, not just number of dots, but we'll see.
Well, yeah, that's interesting, but not actually different, because the number of dots is your score. You would have like 4 dots, and that's the same as a 4.
I mean, but from a perspective,
I agree that it's interesting that they're respecting the legacy, but you're not filling in dots on your character sheet.
So when you create a character, you get 5 dots to distribute among your life paths skill list. If you already have a dot in that skill, you get to add another one. No skill can get more than 3 dots during character creation. You also get 3 dots to distribute amongst your life paths resources. If you're a ghoul, you can only choose mortal life paths, and vice versa. So you start off with like, what were you when you were alive? So you have like mortal life paths. Were you a corporate person? Were you a criminal? Were you a hunter? And then you have vampire life paths. So what have you done as a vampire? So keep in mind that if you are a brand new vampire, like a Duskborn, you can only choose your mortal and neonate vampire ones. You can't choose, that you were a sheriff of the Camarilla or whatever, or a harpy. Is that a word? I mean, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The harpies are the keepers of Elysium. They're like being a court bard. Got it.
And again, they've got lists of skills, but again, the skill list is just giving you self-imposed restrictions about where you could put your dots or not. So, for example, if you were an artist, you might be able to put dots in awareness or craft or expression or knowledge. So it's pretty soft in that respect, but whatever, it's fine. Your attributes, you have, depending on what kind of vampire you have, determines how many life paths you get, what your attributes are, how many disciplines you get, and how many powers you get, and all this other stuff. So if you're a more powerful vampire, you get more points to distribute. So for example, if you are a neonate vampire, you get 7 dots to put into one of the attribute categories, 5 in another one, and 3 in another one. So you could have a 0, presumably. I guess. Here we go. Oh, no. I guess the minimum is 1.
It says Keeper of Elysium is a separate position. Yes, there is a position called Keeper of Elysium.
So again,
it's like,
they did divide it into a 3x3 matrix here. I don't know if they did that originally in Vampire. I could be wrong. So they basically talk about physical. So you have physical, social, and mental. One of them is used for power. One of them is used for finesse, and one of them is used for resistance. So like social, like physical uses strength for power, dexterity for finesse, and stamina for resistance. Social uses charisma for power, manipulation for finesse, and composure for resistance. And then intelligence is the mental power, wits is your mental finesse, and resolve is your mental resistance. Now, I don't know if now remember, they said that they were going to create a unified social and combat structure, but I will say, I actually really like this chart because from a game design perspective, because I like the idea that there's 3 different approaches, like physical, social, or mental. And then there's a question of within that category, there's 2 ways you can do things, either kind of from like a brute force method or sort of being a little bit more, having a little more tact and having a little bit more finesse. And then there's also a way that you use to resist those type of actions. And the wording here actually works really well. Like, for example, social, you use charisma to be, very like direct and powerful. Use manipulation to be finesse. And then your ability to resist those social manipulations is your composure. I think that's actually a really good word.
If you look back at the vampire character sheet that you brought up before, though, you'll see that these abilities are different.
No.
No, not from that. From the old character sheet.
Oh, from the OG. Let me take a look. Strength, dex, stamina, charisma, manipulation, appearance, perception, intelligence, wits. So they are different. Yes. Oh, interesting. I like the new ones better. Because I think it kind of fits this model of 2 of the attributes are used to do things in a very different way, right? Aggressively or subtly. And then the third one is used to sort of resist.
Yeah, Boyko says they changed these for 5th edition, so these have been different for a while, and this isn't a change from the most recent edition.
Boyko says they changed it in 5th. Okay, yeah, we are.
Yeah.
This sheet up on screen is the 20th anniversary edition, which is apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is new, but old. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that moving away from having appearance stats is good.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's just weird to be like, I appearance them. It's like, isn't that manipulating them? Right? Like to a certain extent. Like, anyway. Yeah, I like resolve and composure more than perception and appearance. I tend to agree, Twiggy. Got it. 20th edition is of 1st through 3rd edition, which makes sense, which is why it looks a little bit more familiar to me, because again, those are the sort of versions that I know. Okay, so they talk about the actual, again, you talk about what everything means. Again, you can have up to 5. Now, at character creation, I think you can only go up to 3, but, at 5, you can lift 300 kilograms. That's actually not that much. I thought vampires were, that's where potency comes in, right? You need like the special powers. So anyways, they describe what all the attributes mean. Cinnabos says metric. Ugh. All right. Skills. Somebody asked if they had specialties, and it looks like they do, because every time you add an odd number of dots to a skill, so at 1, 3, and 5, you can acquire a focus in that field. If you make a test where that focus applies, you get +1 bonus die to that test. So there you go. So like you might have 1 dot in athletics, and then you can put, my climbing, or like rock climbing or parkour or, running or something like that. So that's that you get that at 1, 3, and 5. Again, I don't know how it worked in the original version of the game. I know that it had this idea of focuses or specialties. So there you go. It's only 13 skills, but at the first rank, you get to choose a specialty. So you're already being a little bit more precise about what it is. Like you might have one rank in fighting and you put in knives, or another person could put in swords, or whatever. I think that's cool. I mean, how much more detail do you need?
I mean,
do you want more skills than this?
God, no.
Okay. All right, we're in agreement. And then again, here is descriptions of every skill and also examples of focuses. Like athletics might have running, throwing, climbing, lifting, Craft might have carpentry, but it also might have forgery or engines. Expression could be drawing, acting, music, sculpting. So, there's a lot of room here, right? It's a very detailed 13 skill list, but then the specialties or the focuses could be basically whatever you want them to be, So I think that's
during the Pathfinder playtest in 2008 or whatever, I suggested this on the Paizo forums to Paizo of something
and were
that
you
Pathfinder
destroyed?
First Edition should. But yeah, I was
that's your
in
way of
favor
saying yes.
of
Yes, I was.
culling the skill list even more, and then doing something like skill tricks from third edition Complete Scoundrel to buy new uses for existing skills, so that instead of having unique skills for more complicated things, you would just augment that use of a skill onto an existing skill.
Mm-hmm. I would have liked that better. It's like a fork for people who do know Burning Wheel. Anyway. All right. So again, description of all the skills. This is pretty in-depth here for an alpha document. Then we get our disciplines, our clan, what they're calling traits, but apparently the name might change, and your merits. So, okay, disciplines are your magic vampire powers.
Yes.
Certain merits represent unique talents or abilities that set your character apart from others like them. Use merits, again, name TBD, as a guide to decide how to guide for portraying your character, since they tell you a little bit more about who you are. Some merits provide passive bonuses to tests. Some key off of having a specific number of dots in a discipline, and others can be activated for a stronger benefit, or even let you automatically succeed on tests. All right. So again, depending on what generation of vampire you are and what your status is, that determines how many max dots in a discipline you can have. And here are the disciplines of the game. Animalism, which allows you to, go full druid. Auspex, which is, your spidey senses. Blood sorcery, which used to be called thaumaturgy.
Yes.
But apparently no one can pronounce it. Or thaumaturge, as some people say. But anyway, you manipulate blood to cause fantastical magical effects. Celerity is super speed. Neo, you can dodge bullets. Corruption is one I don't know, but tempts people away from their beliefs, poisons their bodies and minds.
Ministry is the followers of Set. Okay.
I know. Dominate lets you charm person and dominate people. Fortitude gives you extreme physical and mental control and sturdiness. Necromancy lets you communicate with the dead and control the dead. Obfuscate lets you bewilder and mystify the senses via illusions and mind tricks. Oblivion lets you...
Boyko says corruption was Serpentis because...
Got it. That means nothing to me, but that means something to you.
It was the unique one for the followers of Set.
Got it.
Yeah.
Potence lets you have immense physical strength and martial prowesses, allowing you to leap great distances, slamming the ground hard enough to cause an earthquake and ripping opponents limb for limb. Presence lets you understand and manipulate the emotions around people around you. Telergy is a twisted connection to the natural world. Weird. And vicissitude is manipulating and reshaping your body, which apparently is different than shape-changing.
Well, I mean, you're like molding, right?
Got it.
So
Got it.
it is and is not shapeshifting because the way that you're achieving it is like um plastic surgeoning yourself.
Got it. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. You're
Yeah,
like
flesh
yeah,
warping,
flesh
flesh
warping,
crafting.
flesh crafting.
Yeah,
Makes
yeah.
sense. Okay. Witness says, another weird question. Is there like a generic antagonist from humans in the world's lore? Well, I know that there was. I don't know if they still support it, but there used to be a White Wolf game, World of Darkness game called Hunters. And Hunters, with a capital H, were humans that basically got awakened to have their own supernatural powers to hunt down and destroy these, supernatural monsters and beings. I don't know if that's like actually a thing in the actual world of the typical game, but yeah,
I don't know that I would say that hunters are the villains because a hunter is a hero character, whereas like Boyko was saying, the Second Inquisition is like an organization of people who hunt vampires. But if you are a hunter, you're not necessarily Second Inquisition. Being Second Inquisition is like an entire specific formal organization with like organization goals and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Optional rule. Reactivating inactive merits. At the storyteller's discretion, you can reactivate an inactive merit by taking a major penalty or automatically failing in a related area. The penalty or failure must be something that would endanger your character or put you in a tight spot. So it sounds like basically even if something's only available to be used once or twice a day, or whatever the timing out is, you can optionally reactivate it by making things bad for yourself. So yeah, let's take a look.
They don't have the best merit, which is, as I was telling you before, eat food. The one that lets you store food in your stomach so that you can vomit it up later.
Got it. So yeah, so merits are basically like feats. Is that how I would describe it?
They're not usually as powerful as a feat would be.
Got it.
They're usually,
depends on what the game is. Depends what type of feat we're talking about. These already look better than skill feats, so.
They, in a point buy kind of system like you would have in V20 or the Vampire the Masquerade, merits could be worth different amounts. You could have like a 1-point merit or you could have like a 5-point merit. And so different merits have different levels of power. I don't know what's going on with this game or how you get merits.
It doesn't. I mean, you get to pick some during character creation, and then it does say that some of them provide a passive benefit. Other ones have an optional activation, which is usually an enhanced version that takes effect immediately or lasts for duration. If it requires an activation, it will note once you have used it, it becomes inactive and you lose all of its effects until the next night. So it is like a once a night thing. And so, yeah, like there's not a huge list here, but you get the basic idea of this, right? Like, forgettable face is your face is forgettable and you get a bonus to subterfuge tests. Okay. On the other hand, if you have fleetness, you have to have at least 1 dot in the celerity discipline, but you get a bonus to non-combat dexterity tests. So I mean, this looks like something you'd see out of Vampire Finder 2. This looks like a feat list basically. Michael says, I used to house rule that merits could be earned by characters role-playing. So in other words, you made it diegetic, right? So does it deed, right, is one of the questions that we ask is, could this deed? And I think it could. Because it's always one of those weird things, right? Like, do the mechanics inform the fiction or do the fiction accord the mechanics? There's a merit here called Code of Honor. Does that mean I can't have a Code of Honor unless I have the Code of Honor merit? And that if I have the Code of Honor merit, that I have to have a Code of Honor? And what happens if I get a Code of Honor, but I don't have the merit? Why do I not get, you know what I mean? There's always that weird line.
Do you want me to answer all of these questions for you? Because I will.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Can you have a Code of Honor without having the Code of Honor merit? Yes, but it doesn't give you any mechanical benefit. Do you have to have a Code of Honor in order to take the Code of Honor benefit? Yes, because you only get a benefit from the merit in situations where your Code of Honor is relevant. What were your other questions?
What happens? Why is it not the case that I can just, when I acquire a code of honor, that I get this benefit? What does it mean to have a code of honor and not have this benefit versus having a code of honor and having the benefit?
That your code of honor doesn't help you in whatever situation.
So is my code of honor lesser than your code of honor?
Your code of honor's impact on your ability to do things is lesser than my code of honor's impact on
so would
my
you
ability
agree
to
then
do things.
that makes it a mechanics first approach? Because you are basically saying in order to gain this benefit, you have to have it mechanically. You can't just gain it through the fiction.
In order to have the benefit, yes.
Yeah, right. And I'm just saying there are games like Heroic Deeds or other diegetic games where that is not the case, right? Like if you had a code of honor, you would get code of honor. That's just, anyways, it's neither here nor there. It's just what it is. Anyways, no, nothing about eating food. You're right. All right. Step 7.
Yeah, no, I looked.
Oh, you already looked, right.
Classic merit, eat food.
Got it. As a vampire, this is our humanity scale. As a vampire, you are a monster who was once mortal, and you may cling to some semblance of the person that you used to be, even as you try to keep your monstrous impulses in check. This is the essence of you might call it the eternal struggle. That was what they changed the name of the card game, which used to be called Jihad, but then there was a lot of problem with that. And they changed the name to Vampire the Eternal Struggle.
Right.
You are caught in an eternal struggle between the two halves of itself. You have a monstrous side and a mortal side, each pulling you towards the behaviors and beliefs that define you. It's up to you to choose which one to favor and which one to resist. Both are part of you, and you are both of them. You begin the game with your humanity positioned right in the middle of the two extremes, balanced between your monstrous and human sides. This means you fill in the middle dot of your 7-dot humanity scale. So right here in the middle, 7 dot, right there, boop, right there in the middle.
And I think it's time that we address the eternal struggle of this stream.
Okay.
The struggle between Derek painting his nails or not painting his nails.
Oh, we've established we're going to paint the nails. I just wanted to get through...
I know. I think it's time. Now that we're at the
I
eternal
wanted to get through
struggle part of the book.
I wanted to get through the character creation.
Okay. So that's fair.
So we could at least say we got
fair.
something done.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So you begin the game with your humanity right in the middle. Then you choose a nature. Each individual wears multiple layers of personality, but no matter amount of layers can choose who you are at your core. So your beast side is decided by your clan's entry, and your mortal side is represented by your nature. Your nature represents what still makes you feel like the person that you once were. It influences how you behave and what keeps the beast in check. When you create your character, choose a nature that fits the story you want to tell and the way you hope to play them. You must choose a nature to serve as the mortal axis of your humanity scale, yada, yada, yada. So, for example, you could be a gallant, a perfectionist, an autocrat, a scientist, a bon vivant, a survivor. So basically, what is it about you that is still human? And what is it about you that sort of, seeks to not just fall into being a blood-sucking, monstrous, horrible person? But keep in mind that you can indulge in both of these. If you indulge in your nature to be an autocrat, you order others around as though you were in command. You cast yourself as the leader. You wave off others' suggestions. At the same time, just like if you indulge your beast, this is just like Avatar, by the way. This is 100% like Avatar. So in Avatar, you have a balance track when you go right between two opposing principles, right? Like you might be torn between, freedom and duty. But the idea in Avatar is that both are dangerous. Neither one is good. Neither one is bad. But like if you go off the edge of your balance track, you have sort of an uncontrolled outburst in relation to that idea. So if you are, torn between the beast of your nature or of your vampirism and your nature of an autocrat, if you go too far into your humanity, you will have an outburst, and basically you lose control. You have an outburst. You can't use any of your physical powers. You have to convince them to do what you say, and you have to spend your turn trying to tell them what to do. Basically, you have as far as I can tell, you have a temper tantrum, and you're like, no, listen to me, listen to me. Anyways, so again, it is a mechanical reinforcement of a role-playing concept. I love these ideas. Some people really hate them. And we'll get more into that when we get into the actual rules. But all right. Resources I don't really care about. But yeah, you get resources. You can have a car, an apartment, a coffin, whatever. You might have weapons. They do damage. Okay. And then finishing touches. Vitae is the blood that sustains your existence and empowers your vampiric abilities. It is both a physical endurance and a resource that you spend to fuel your powers. It drops whenever you take damage and whenever you use your demanding physical powers, which is 10 plus your stamina. And then willpower is your social and mental reserves as well as your supernatural will. It serves as both social and mental endurance, aka social hit points, and as a resource when you fuel your mental or social vampiric superpowers. It is 5 plus your composure plus your resolve. You then pick a name, your age, and what era does your heart belong to? Jess, what era does your vampire's heart belong to?
Well, it depends on the vampire, doesn't it?
Your LARPing vampire.
Oriana Sosisoli was from the age of piracy.
Oh, so she was very old.
She was pretty old, yeah.
Chandler wants to know, Jess, what vampire clan would Lestat or Lestat be a part of if he were in the world of darkness?
Toreador.
Toreador?
Yeah.
Is that those are the artists?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Ventru are like the businessmen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think Toreador is actually appropriate. I don't really know vampire, but that seems reasonable. Okay. So we then get to session 0, which we will get to shortly, because first I have to paint my nails. All right. So we're going to get into this here. Again, Scotty, you have my heart, buddy, because you tried so very hard. What'd you do, Jess? You showing your mouse? Are we painting nails together?
No. I'm getting ready for nail time.
Okay. Got it. Alrighty. There we go, folks. We got the top down. We're locked in. Now, I, of course, have this delicious, lovely Emo's Not Dead nail polish. Black, of course. Let's see what it says here. Use evenly. All right. Apply. I can't actually read this. This is really... Do I have to shake it? Is this what we're doing? I'm trying to actually read this. This is hard to read because it's like the smallest text I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to have to boost this light here. I need some more light here. Usage. Apply small amount and coat nails evenly. Let dry. Stare into the void appropriately. Caution for external use only. So there we go. So I need to stare into the void when we're done with this. I'm just giving ourselves a little bit more light so people can see my thing here.
Siva says that my mouse has ruined his life.
Wait, what's your mouse? Oh, God. All right, here's mine. This is the MX Master 2S. Now, to be clear, I have a 3S, or I bought a 4S or a 3S because I wanted to update it, and it was so bad I had to return it. Now, this thing is old, as you can look how much it's been worn down by where my fingers laying. Like that part is this part is smooth and this part is matte. But this is like one of the world's greatest mouse of all time, by the way. I love it. Anyways. All right.
No, I switched to the rollerball because I wanted to limit how much my wrist is moving.
No. All right, fair enough. Now, unfortunately, I don't
care
have any,
about,
I don't have any like acetone or anything, so hopefully I don't make any mistakes here. All right.
Okay, so
oh my God.
Derek is painting his nails.
Yeah.
I could paint my nails, but I'm not going to.
Okay.
What I will be doing is putting on press-on nails.
Can confirm that you did this a lot at Gen Con. Or they were breaking a lot. Now, I can't help. You know what I should have gotten? I should have gotten a goddamn miniature. Well, the problem is I hate the smell of acetone. It gives me an instant migraine. I should have gotten, what I should have gotten was a miniature painting brush.
Mm.
Now, I have...
Okay, so the brush that you have there,
yeah.
It has like directionality. It has a wide...
Yep,
Okay,
I can
do
see
not
that.
dry brush your nail. What are you doing?
I'm dry brushing.
Oh.
I'm applying... Look, it's like a miniature painting, 2 thin coats.
Oh.
What's going on? This is fine.
Fine. I won't put on my press-ons. Jesus, what is happening here?
Look, you wanted this.
Yeah, I know.
I think that's actually the end of my nail. I literally have so few...
What?
Okay, we missed a little bit.
Okay, I have some different colors here that I can go in with.
Okay, so that's good.
Let's see.
All right.
Just let me know in the chat if you see something that you think I should do.
Look, I would be a terrible girl. The part
I don't know
of
why we're
being a
gendering
girl,
this.
well, it's more socially expected of women.
Okay, so...
Also, I don't think I could handle having a period.
No, I don't have any of the magnetic ones. I stopped buying nail polishes and started just buying press-ons before that release.
Now, here's the problem. The problem is I don't have nails, okay? Like some of you probably have nails that actually extend past the edge of everything. But I talked about this before. I bite my nails. So my nails are actually like recessed into my... How is this so thick?
Okay, so Derek is doing black. I can also do black, but should I do something else? I have many options here, as we can see.
Yeah. I can't believe Mercer does this. How does he have the time?
Well, you know, you can like go get a manicure, right?
No, that would be pointless because I would just chew all my nails off anyways.
Red, I have... Let me see what I have for red. All right, yeah, I have a red. All right. Let me get these put back away, and then we will do red. Yes?
I just want to say, Insight, thank you for the phone and the money. But why did you do this to me? Because I have 2 options. I either need to let this...
yes, my red that I have is sparkly, yes.
I either need to let this just be, or I'm going to have to take it off. And if I take it off, that means I'm going to have to use acetone. And if I use acetone, it means I'm going to get an immediate migraine.
Okay.
All right. You know,
Let me
looks terrible,
figure
but,
out...
you know, it's okay.
This is where I want to be. Okay.
Look, you guys have a lot more experience in this than I do, okay? All right. Now, here's the problem. I am the opposite of ambidextrous. So I am even worse with my left hand. You know what, Zipper Fist, Marcus, you're right. I think this is what it was missing to update my GMing style to the next level. Now I will be able to go full... Oh, I missed. Full Mercer. This is what I was lacking before. I'm supposed to run Fabula Ultima tomorrow, and this is going to give me the edge I need. You enter the tavern. It's a boisterous, busy evening in the inn. People are drinking their drinks. Ha, 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 ha. Ah, jokes are being told around the fire. Tavern wenches sway to and fro. There's a jolly, jovial attitude in the air. The barkeeper looks over to you, longingly. He looks at you, a reminder of what his life once was. An adventurer, someone who went out there and made a difference. Now, behind his eyes, sadness and regret. He invites you over for a drink. "Hey, care to have a drink with me?" he says in a bad Scottish accent. Bloop. He plops off the top of an ancient bottle. "Dwarven make the good stuff." Gluck, 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 gluck. He pours it out into a thick dwarven decanter. "Let it breathe a little." You take in the odor, the smell. Rich, thick, heady, potent. Like...
I pick up the glass and throw it in his face.
Why are you ruining my story?
I'm not. I'm role-playing. That's what my character would do.
Your character is an asshole. Panic says, "Why are Derek's dwarves always taking a constipated shit?" Have you ever seen a dwarf take a shit? I don't think you have. Therefore, we can assume that they are constipated or that they are full of blood. That's what I've learned today. This is the worst thing I've ever done. And I've done some terrible things.
I really think that you would have an easier time with press-ons.
Okay, would those be more or less expensive than the free bottle of black?
Well, more because they wouldn't be free, but they would be like $10.
Yeah, well. Okay, question.
Yeah.
I have really thick, I have very thick cuticles. Should I be painting those as well?
No. If you went to get like a professional manicure, they would deal with your cuticles.
What do you mean deal with my cuticles?
They would deal with them.
What does that mean?
I'm not a professional manicurist, so I don't know how you deal with cuticles, but they would know because they're professionals.
All right. Hold on. All right. Now what do I do? I mean, this was just the first coat. I'm not actually happy with this. Now, again, you guys are getting the... Oh, I forgot my thumb. Shit. You know, this is just like tattooing, which I don't have any. Like, I feel no need to decorate my body. It's a temple. It needs no decoration. Ah, shit. See, at my left... Oh, I'm so bad with my left hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm like anti-ambidextrous. Now, for people who really hate the idea of Vampire 6th Edition, would you rather see me doing this or continue to pain you by talking about Vampire? Also, if I had a proper brush, like all you people out there who are doing this, like, why don't you just get like a good miniatures
No,
brush?
that brush is the correct shape because yes, I have painted my nails more than Derek has. This brush is the correct shape. The thing about this brush is that it has like the thin angle that you're using, and then it has the flat angle. And what you want to do is you want to take the flat side and put it in the middle and then drag kind of to the side and then up and then middle side up so that you spread the bristles out to cover the one side of your nail at a time, and then you should only need 2 strokes.
I get what they want you to do. All right. I'm going to let those let that dry for a second. I thought you were going to put on press-ons.
I was, and then you were dry brushing your nails.
Yeah, well, look. Yes,
So,
it looks... Oh, I smeared it.
You were dry brushing your nails, so I pulled out my ancient nail polish collection that I haven't used since I started getting press-ons, and I asked chat what color I should do, and we decided that I'm painting my nails red.
I literally have been so locked in, I missed all of that.
Marcus says my roommate thinks I'm watching a makeup tutorial. That's because you are.
I mean,
once we're done our nails, then we're gonna do Derek's eyeliner.
It's a bad one. We did not meet that goal, okay?
Okay, well, set the goal.
My nails, what am I supposed to do?
Okay,
I
when
don't?
we reach $50 on because I'm lazy and YouTube is right here, then we'll do Derek's eyeliner. So it's just $5. It's $10 more.
No,
$10
please.
more and we'll do eyeliner.
That is not the case. But you know
It
what?
is the case.
We did so well today. I don't really actually care at
Yeah.
this point. So it's fine. It's fine. Whatever.
I mean, if you're not going to set a goal for the eyeliner, the eyeliner goal needs to be there. So the goal that's
fine.
available is going to become the eyeliner goal.
I have 10 seconds. That's it. All right. Okay.
Boyko asks, do you type with your nails? This is one of the reasons that I like press-ons, because I can put on really, really long nails for like a weekend and then take them back off and have shorter nails to type with when I'm like just at home. But I
Full
don't
gloss.
need to grow my nails out that long and have them all the time.
So real talk, like how long do
Yeah.
these take to dry?
Oh, I mean, it depends on the formula, but it can take a while. But you don't need it to be fully dry to be able to do a second coat. The
Right, that
real
makes
risk is whether or not you're going to like bump into it, because as you do an additional coat on top of that coat,
Sure.
while you're waiting for everything to dry, it's gonna be kind of like, you know how pudding can have like a skin?
Yeah. It's
It's gonna be like that under there.
Right. It's obviously it's going to dry
Yeah,
at the top first. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
Panic
So as long
says,
as it's
very
dry on
good-
the top, you can go in with your second one, but you got to be really careful not to smush it.
Right. You can break through it. I'm just wondering, like, should I go get like a heat gun
Oh,
or like an air blower or something?
I don't know.
Yeah. Because I think the only acetone I have is like it looks like Sharpie. Well, I mean,
Yes, Derek did a bad job.
what do you want from me?
To do a good job, obviously.
Look. Yes, you guys are seeing them up close, okay? But like, if I was just like this, look, see, now, like from up here, it looks like
They look like shit.
It looks well. Also, this is really doing, what you can't tell, is it's really highlighting how short my nails are because I chew them all the time.
Yeah.
Right. You're used to seeing like they look short and stubby because my nails are short and stubby because I chew my nails all the time.
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing though. If you were wearing press-ons all the time, then you would be chewing on a piece of plastic and not your actual nail.
No, I've considered that, as like a means to an end. Chris says they look pretty bad. Well, you know what? Fuck all of you. How about that? The tip was for me to do my nails. I didn't have to say to keep them on. I'll go get my freaking industrial can of acetone right now and I'll take them off and headache be damned. How about that?
Do your second coat, you baby.
Well, it doesn't even look remotely dry.
Okay, so then let's look at the game book again.
They look like your freaking dice. Look at the sheen. Look at the glare. They're unreadable. Mr. Resistance, he says, and then to redo them.
Yeah.
Listen, if I get nail polish all over my mouse and keyboard, I am going to be pissed. All right.
Well, just be careful.
All right. I don't care about Ocean Zero. But you can be Avengers or Envoys or Regents or whatever. You can roll to determine how your relationships with your coterie are linked up. What is your goal as a coterie? I mean, it really does sound like a D&D party. Oh, okay, here we go. You get experience. The storyteller awards experience points at the end of every session according to the game's themes. You receive 1 XP by fulfilling each of the following conditions. Ooh, all right. I like their XP. You get 1 XP.
Vin, the next tip goal is when we do eyeliner.
Yeah, the next tip goal is I'm going to crack open this pencil.
He's going to cover his girl.
And if you want to see how badly this I did, can you imagine on my eyes? That'd be a whole nother level. If you faced your flaw, you get an experience point. If you engage with your mortal self, you get an experience point. If you suffered a loss, you get an experience point. If you engage with your monstrous side, you get an experience point. If you survive the session, you get an experience point. So you get 1 experience point basically for showing up, unless you died. But I do like question-based XP, which is cool. Spending experience points. Here's our list. If you want a new dot rank times 5. Shinobi says this is similar. Okay, I mean that's good. I'm down with this system. I mean it's much better than the GM will just tell you when to level up. I mean at the end of the day, it's an XP based system. I like it. If you do commit diablerie, which is to say you drink another victim's blood, you lower your generation. You gain XP equal to 10 times the victim's generation modifier. Holy shit. That's pretty sick.
Diablerie is
I got a new ambition, all right. I'm going to drink some vampire blood.
Diablerie is a forbidden faux pas because it does so much to make younger vampires on par with older vampires when they kill and consume older vampires, and older vampires make the rules and want to survive and want to stay the most powerful vampires around.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a lot of experience points. Holy shit.
Yes.
And you gain access to one of the victim's disciplines. This now counts as one of your clan disciplines. So you can spend XP to advance that. That's pretty sweet. You do slide towards your monstrous side. You know, the victim soul, whatever, you know, a bunch of role-playing shit. But yeah, we don't care about that. This is sick. All right,
Diablerie is sick.
Boothby says, this is the best part about being a vampire. Yeah, it's like the old school, it's like first edition druids or second edition AD&D druids, where to level up as a druid, you have to kill the other druid in Mortal Kombat in order to level up. Otherwise, you can't level up. And now it's even more powerful. I'm down. Like, they wouldn't have given me rules for it if they didn't want me to do it. Then they've got a bunch of information here about the different clans and what traits are available to those clans. Again, it actually all seems pretty... No, Osli, Druid. Druids, there was once you got to a certain level in Druid, you couldn't advance. There was only a certain number of Druids of that level allowed in the world. In fact, there was only one 16th level Druid allowed. You can fail at Diablerie. You should check out what happens if you fail. All right. You spend 10 minutes sucking out their soul. You have to make a check. On a success, you gain the benefits. On a failure, you fail to consume the victim's soul, which is now lost. The victim suffers the final death, and its soul is doomed to wander. If you suffer a painful failure while diablerizing another vampire, you suffer the normal effects of painful failure, and you have to make a self-control test. If you succeed, you are disoriented for the rest of the night. If you fail, you go into shock until the next night. If it is a painful failure, the victim's soul hides within you. The next time you suffer frenzy, the soul takes control of you for the rest of the night. If this happens 3 times without the soul being exorcised, the victim's soul takes control of you permanently and you become an NPC, which is another way of saying this will never happen, because like you'd have to like critically fail and then critically fail and then critically fail 3 times. I think 13 Omens, Marcus, from Paizo, is really more about them trying to figure out a way to embrace this everything is a one-shot mentality and space that we're in right now, right? The idea of people sitting down and playing these like 2-year-long campaigns is so unthinkable to most people. I think a lot of people don't even want to be committed to a game that's going to last more than 1 or 2 sessions. And I do think that Pathfinder and games like it are, I think, particularly not well suited for that. I don't think a lot of RPGs are well suited for one-shots. So I think, amongst other things, I mean, Paizo has always had this secret edgelord horror, weird, weird occultic obsession. So I think
I
it's
don't
only
know why you would say that's secret.
Okay, well, I guess you're right. It's not a secret.
Paizo is not a single person, right? So
No,
there
I know,
have always been people.
Karen Paizo likes a cult.
John Paizo, thank you.
John Paizo. Yeah, Zipper Fist. Eat the Reich is a fantastic. I played Eat the Reich at NightCon. It was a great one shot. Maybe I could see doing it as a 2-shot, but it's literally designed for that. So I think this is Paizo saying, how do we make a game, a role-playing game that's designed for this whole thing, which is great. Plus, horror games I think work best as a 1-shot. Anyways, I have no interest in playing a Call of Duty campaign. Hey, G Helmet, thank you for $20. G Helmet is trying to get us to full goth. You never go full goth? Well, we are getting close, folks.
I agree that horror is particularly suited to doing like a 1-shot. Like if you're going to format your game like a piece of media, a horror movie is 1 session.
Yeah.
And a horror movie has a lot of very established beats that you would hit and like a structure that the story follows. And I do believe that 13 Omens does a good job of creating the experience of the kinds of beats that you would have in a horror movie.
These are so not dry. It's crazy.
Have you done your second coat?
No.
Oh, I just did my second coat.
Oh, Jesus. The Brightmeyer Guy Liner is what the 1250 goal is for. How much paint should be on the end of this paintbrush? God damn it.
Okay, let me go back to my other camera.
God damn it.
Okay, look, Derek.
Tipped $100. More Jess equals more good.
You have your bottle, right?
Yeah.
You're taking your brush out of your bottle. It has an amount on it. You don't want it dripping. You do want to wipe one side, but not necessarily the other side.
Yeah.
You do want your brush to be loaded, but you should wipe one side off so that it's not like completely dripping. But how much you need to wipe is going to depend on how full your bottle is and how much is on the brush when you pull it out of the bottle. So like as your bottle depletes, or depending on the shape of your bottle, you might not need to wipe it off on the side.
All I'm going to say is Army Painter needs to get in on this, because this is inferior, poor tech. That's all. Like
this red, it's one of the last things that I got from Holo Taco because I had already started using press-ons, but I made like a final order of another collection that had released. So this is Naughty List from one of the Christmas collections of shimmers.
Like, where's the ball bearing? Inside the bottle to help mix it. Where's that at? Also,
Vin, I don't know why you wouldn't have guessed this. It was an established and known fact that there was going to be a tip goal for Derek putting on his nail polish.
Who complained about this? Who's complaining?
No one's complaining. Vin is just saying, if I was asked to describe what this stream would be like, even I wouldn't have guessed this. And I don't know why you wouldn't have guessed this. Like, are you saying that you would have guessed that Derek would have been good at painting his nails? Is that the part that's unexpected? And yes, I agree. Derek, the reason that you have done one coat and are questioning whether or not your nails
I'm almost done with my second.
Oh, good. Okay. But yeah, the nail polish that I'm using is a higher quality product than the nail polish that you are using.
Right. So I was going to say, I'm going to guess that the Emo's Not Dead nail polish that they gave to 5,000 people on the Emo's Not Dead cruise is going to be of absolute lowest quality.
Probably.
Yeah. All right. Show us the hands. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, you haven't been on top down. They're complaining that you haven't been on top down while you've been doing your second coat.
Oh, I'm sorry. There.
Okay, yeah.
Look, don't question my artistic choices and my way to self-express, okay?
It's good. It's good.
By the way, you missed it. Mark T tipped 100. By the way, Mark, who hates me, tipped $100 and said,
Nice.
"Let's get this done." So we did get
Nice.
the eyeliner goal.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. But we have to let this dry. We have
Right.
to let
Of
this dry.
course. Of course, we have to let this dry.
Yeah. Derek, the paint is supposed to go on the nails, not the fingers. Okay. My nails.
He's
are not
learning.
like,
He's practicing.
okay. Number one, I can't do anything with my left hand. Okay. It is almost functionally useless. Okay. So trying to paint this is a thing. Secondly, my nails are 80% of my nail bed is cuticle. Okay. And then I literally bite my nails to the point where they go past the end of my nail bed. Okay. So if I had nails that actually went to the tip of my finger, I think that would be a lot easier because then I could just go right to the end, right to the end.
Right. Yes.
Right to the end.
I agree.
But
I agree. It is more
can't. I have
difficult
to,
for you because of your
stop
nails.
because my nails are incredibly short. Also, my masculinity is anything but fragile, okay? I'm extremely secure in my masculinity, which is mostly that I never think of myself in masculine or feminine terms. I don't really assign gender to activities. So the whole, I gotta feel like a man, I never feel like a man, ever.
I don't even know what it means to feel like a gender. I'm going to be honest.
Neither do I, 100%. I just like the things that I like. Shinobi says, Derek Minor. Okay, yeah, but Shinobi, how long have you been doing yours? Okay, this is first time. You're literally seeing me do this for the first time.
Right, so Shinobi
that
is
is not
correct.
true, technically, by the way. Larry
Shinobi says you just need to get good, and Shinobi got good, and you haven't yet.
Right.
Therefore, once you get good, you will be good.
Right, so. Right, from a societal expectation point of view, Mickey. From a societal expectation point of view. I'm not saying that all girls wear nail polish, nor am I saying that only people who are girls wear nail polish. I'm saying, but that's the thing, Cinnabos. Number one, I'm not a particularly good miniatures painter either. But number two, with a miniatures painting, I can hold it like a brush. If I had a brush with a long thing and I could use the brush. I mean, Jess started mocking me immediately because she said, Derek, are you trying to dry brush your nails?
Yeah.
Terrible. All right. So we don't really care about the clans, but they've got a bunch of information here about the clans.
You don't care about the clans?
Well, I don't care about it's mostly lore about them and what their curse is. I mean, that's not that big of a change, is it? Okay. Like if you're a Bruja, then your beast mode is anti-authority. So if you become more monstrous, you become more anti-authority. You challenge leaders.
I agree with Twiggy. The curse is important.
Okay. So curse. Boiling passion. Your blood simmers with fiery passion. You laugh louder, you cry harder, and you rage longer than other vampires. Every emotion bubbling down just beneath the surface, ready to burst. This deeper connection to your emotions leaves you more vulnerable to frenzy. When you attempt to resist a frenzy, the difficulty increases by an amount equal to your generational modifier. And so again, this is like what would happen if you lose control. We talked about what happens if you lose control of your humanity. What happens if you lose control of your beast? Well, in this case, it's called frenzy, and you act against whoever is an authority figure. You can refuse to do what they were do or elaborate as actively trying to undermine them. And all of your actions, anything else that you try to do, suffers a penalty equal to your generational modifier. So, there you go. So that's the Bruja, which are like now if you're a gangrel, you're a weird animalistic shape changer. No. Yeah. Type boy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
So their curse is that they have embraced the beast. They are closer to the beast than other vampires, and that lets them connect to animals. By the way, when I made a vampire, I was a gangrel. Whenever a frenzy or nature outburst ends, your bond with the animal world manifests physically, and you gain animalistic characteristics until the end of the night. Your frenzy is to have a feral impulse. you suffer a penalty equal to your generation modifier. So as you become a more powerful vampire, you actually become more unable to resist your frenzy because it becomes stronger. Anyways, you suffer a penalty equal to your generation modifier to all tests in which you are not acting as an animal would. And you suffer twice that penalty to tests that use manipulation and intelligence unless those tests are against animals. So that's what happens when you frenzy. So basically, it's a way of mechanically reinforcing this. So if you frenzy as a gangrel, you will get a mechanical penalty to actions where you are trying to do things not like an animal would. And it becomes extremely difficult for you to manipulate or think in any way to anything that isn't an animal. Now, people say, what are these traits? So these are like the specific feats that your clan gets. In fact, I know this one because I remember my gangrel slept in like Central Park.
Yes.
And like he like would
Classic.
enter the earth. He didn't have a coffin. He would just like sink into the ground, and that's where he would sleep during the day. And so if you are a gangrel, you can get this safety of the earth trait. And you can choose it when you level up. They cost experience points. They also can be taken at character creation. In this case, when you enter day sleep or torpor, which is like when you're really hurt and you need to recover, if you are in contact with the natural earth, grassy, or stone surface, you can choose to meld into that surface. It takes 1 turn for you to sink into the earth, blah, blah, blah. And while you are in the earth, you are not aware of your surroundings, but you are protected from weather, rain, forest, sunlight, etc. The effect ends when you rise for the night or when the earth that you are resting in is disturbed. So I thought that part, even as a not vampire fan, I always thought it was really cool. That's like, I always thought meld into stone was such a cool druid spell, but like no one ever took it.
Yeah.
But I always thought it was really cool. And these are ones that you can take as a neonate, which is like a weak sauce vampire. But then there's also gangrel traits available to the more powerful forms. Like if you could take the quick and tough trait. If you are an Ancilla or Ancilla, I don't know what the word is.
I don't know.
If you have 2 dots in celerity and 1 dot in fortitude, you can take this trait. When a celerity power is active on you, you can activate fortitude powers as minor actions instead of full actions. So again, there's a bunch of different traits for all the different vampires. I'm assuming all the vampires can hang out together. Like when you make a party, like it's not like everybody has to be a Toreador, everybody has to be a Ventru.
Right, yeah. Well, there's certain clans that are like the clans that make up the bulk of the Camarilla, and certain clans that are mostly Sabbat, and certain clans that are mostly independent. But individual vampire to vampire, any vampire could be in the Camarilla, any vampire could be in the Sabbat, and any vampire could be an anarch or be independent.
Got it. So TLDR, be whatever you want. We'll figure it out.
Yes.
And then we get into the rules. But before we do the rules, we have finished another chapter. And thanks to Mark T, I need to bust out my cover girl.
Yes.
I'm going to look like a emo clown when this is done. I don't think this nail polish, this is like a miracle of science. I don't think it can dry. I think it's like forever. Now, note, I have to get this right on the first try because I don't have any way to sharpen this. So, if this breaks, we are just fucked. All right. All right. All right. We got it. All right.
All right. Here's what you're going to do, Derek.
Oh, God.
Let's get to our makeup tutorial portion of this stream.
Okay.
And I just started my 3rd coat of nail polish. This is not great timing for me.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Okay, so to be clear, I'm looking at this thing. This is a Perfect Point Pure. It has a little pencil on the other side of it, which looks like a pencil. And the other side seems to be a little blending stick.
Yes, very good, very good. Okay, here's what you're going to do.
Okay.
You're going to take your cap off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
you're
I have a
gonna.
mirror. Wait, how are you doing it?
I'm just gonna do it into the Zoom call
Oh, into
because
the
I'm
Zoom
showing
call.
you.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just doing it into the Zoom window.
All right, all set. I got a mirror.
Okay.
All right.
So you see here, here's my lash line,
Yeah.
and then here's my water line, right?
What the fuck is a water line?
The inside of my eyelid that is like that gets wet from the liquid of my eye. Do you see above my lash line but towards my eyeball?
No, because I took my glasses off.
Okay, put your glasses on for just a second.
All right.
Do you see here?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so here's my lower eyelid.
Yeah.
Here's my eyelashes. And
Yeah.
then this right here is my water line.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, so that's where we're going to put this.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ.
You're going to take the pencil, you're going to turn it
do this?
perpendicular like this,
Yeah.
and then the side of the pencil,
Yeah.
you're going to run along the side of your water line. You're not going to touch the point against your water line. You're going to go and just run it along.
I don't think it's doing anything.
Well, it's wet. It's going to take a couple times, okay? You're going to build it up in there.
It kind of tickles.
Yeah.
I don't think it's doing anything. I think mine's broken.
Well, don't press the point into your eyelid, but
I'm using
press
the side.
the side a little bit.
This is peak
How would
cinema.
you? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Touch the pencil against like a fingertip for just a second and tell me, would you describe it as being like firm like the lead of a pencil? Or is it a little bit creamy?
It's kind of firm.
It's kind of firm? Okay, you're gonna have to press firmer then.
Okay. Well, that's not great.
Try to press it into your eyelashes.
I mean, I can put it on my thumb here. I can see that it's doing something.
Yeah.
I feel like I want to like lick it.
Oh, no, don't do that and then put it in your eye. Nasty.
I rub my eyes all the time.
With your saliva?
No, but with my hands.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Don't put your saliva in your eyeball.
How far up my eye do I have to go on this?
Well, that's your call.
What do you mean? That's my call.
That's your aesthetic call.
Like, does it have to go all the way to my tear duct?
That's your aesthetic call.
Well, my aesthetic call would be not do this at all. I think
Okay,
mine
then ask your patrons. They paid for this. Ask them what they want you to do.
Also, why is my mouth open?
Because it's easier to do eyeliner when your mouth is open. This is like scientific fact.
I didn't even mean to do
This is
that.
an agreed upon consensus that you open your mouth while you are doing your eyeliner. This is just fact.
What do I do on the top?
Okay, on the top, lean your head back a little bit. Do you see how you have an upper waterline?
No. My lashes are too long.
Oh, it's there. No, it's there. It's there.
No, I don't have it.
No, you do.
So like underneath my eyelashes.
You could do that, but you also could go into your lash line. And what I would recommend to you is that you just go into your lash line and try to go kind of like in between your eyelashes and like get it in there into your lash line.
Yeah.
No. He's not doing a wing. He's not doing a wing.
No wing?
Yeah. Well, you don't need a wing because that's not
Wings do look
that's
hot.
not the aesthetic that you're going for. A pencil eyeliner is not the ideal eyeliner to do a wing with. He's gonna like smoke out his lash line is what's happening. Okay, well, Derek is focused intently on his eyeliner. I have some lipstick choices, and I'm not going to show you the colors of
I
lipstick
hate
that
you
I
all for
have,
this, by the way.
but I will tell you that the shades that we are choosing between for lipsticks.
Shit like this just makes me want to cover 5e. See, like, you know what? Respect to Dottie, from fucking whatever it's called. What's the name of his stupid channel? He doesn't do this shit. He just covers 5e. That's what he does.
Derek, you're doing a great job. Derek, you're doing a great job.
Because I don't cover, listen, because I don't cover 5e, this is the shit that I have to do.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
You're doing a great job. We're all so proud of you. Anyway, so the shades of lipstick that I have to choose between, we can do Armageddon. We can do Immortal. We can do Bones. We can do Aisha. We can do Wolf. We can do Sinner. And we can do Witches. Those are our lipstick choices. So let me know what of those colors. We've got 1 vote for Aisha, 1 vote for Sinner. Jess, tell us about Planescape. Oh, I would love to tell you about Planescape. What would you like to know about Planescape? What is Aisha? It's a color. I don't know. Bones, another one for Aisha. We've got 2 votes for Aisha. Another vote for Bones. Aisha is a name, yes. 1 vote for Immortal. Bones and Aisha are currently tied.
No, I have
With
white
2 votes
eyelashes
each.
on my other eye, so that's...
Yeah. Why should Planescape be the next campaign setting you run? Okay, well, what are your storytelling goals? Okay, Aisha it is. Okay. Okay, here's what we're doing. I will do Aisha top lip, Bones bottom lip. Now, Planescape, what are your storytelling goals
I feel like this is burning through my eyes.
for your Planescape game?
I hate you people.
I will tell you, once you tell me what your storytelling goals are, I will tell you why Planescape is the best campaign setting.
Dungeon crawler Carl-esque.
You're not the chatter that I'm talking to, Derek.
I want to do Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Okay.
In D&D space.
Well, that's Ravenloft.
No, it's not. It's Spelljammer.
No, it's Ravenloft.
In space?
What? Dungeon Crawler Carl isn't in space. It's in a dungeon.
Oh. I don't think I knew that.
I mean, it's in a dungeon that's in space, but
yeah, I thought it was in space.
No. Well, I mean, everything is in space.
That is true.
Thank you. I like this shade too. Okay, now Bones lower lip.
Here we go.
Yes, the viewers of Dungeon Crawler Carl are in space, but the crawlers are in a dungeon. So they're watching through the mists.
This is the best. Oh, it's not even anything. Great. This is perfect. There you go, guys. There's me with my dark look.
Okay, Derek, take your glasses back off.
Okay.
Put more eyeliner on your eyelid above your eyelashes.
Above my eyelashes?
Above your eyelashes.
On my upper one?
And then turn around to the other side and use the brush.
The blender? The blender?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the blender side.
Yeah, what am I doing with that? Oh.
All right, here's my lip look. Aisha top lip, Bones bottom lip. Sandbox is good for Planescape. You want to be too careful. You want to be careful about what the parameters of your sandbox is, because Planescape is a huge setting that includes all other settings, right? It's all planes that are all connected through Sigil. And so I think you'll have the best results doing a sandbox Sigil game by starting it just as a sandbox in one ward of Sigil. Like if you start your campaign in the lower
You're
ward,
not
the
allowed to be
ladies
on this
ward.
channel and call it Sigil. You have to pronounce it Sigil.
Sigil is the correct pronunciation.
According to one thing, one time on the official
official
Planescape
source.
80
The only
second edition
official-
DVD.
The only official source to ever weigh in on the official pronunciation of Sigil is the source that says that it's Sigil. Anyway, I would start with one ward of Sigil, like the lower ward or something, and start your sandbox just confined to the lower ward. And then as the players want to expand out into other wards and other planes, you can start introducing, like, you're in the lower ward, but you found a portal to Arborea. So now you have this section of Arborea that is added to your... Okay, so now that you have more black on there, did you use the smudger?
Yeah. Sort of. I mean, the end of my smudger is now black.
Yeah.
What am I trying to do here that I didn't do?
You're wanting to blend it out.
What do you mean blended out?
On your upper lip. Sorry, not your upper lip. Your upper lid. The area where so you have your line of eyeliner that you alignment matters because the planes are associated with alignments, right? Okay, so suppose you have your line of eyeliner that you've drawn, right?
Yeah.
And then you're going to take... What?
Nothing. I was like, I can't just close one eye.
Okay, then... Anyway, you want to take the smudger and you want to blend along the edge to smudge out the edge, so that the edge, instead of just being sharp, is like a gradient.
Sure.
What non-D&D, non-D20 game would work for Sigil? I am convinced that Blades in the Dark would be perfect.
Okay, but there's one problem. The one problem, is the whole idea, the whole premise of Blades in the Dark is that it's a pressure cooker, that you can't leave Duskwall because outside is a nightmare fuelscape, and it's surrounded by the lightning wall, which keeps the ghosts of the damned out from the apocalyptic hellscape. Sigil is literally the city of doors and has portals to everywhere and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you maintain that pressure cooker in Sigil?
So there's all sorts of different things that could be creating pressure, right? Like, just because you can...
Well, the idea is that you can't leave any. You can't leave. That's the whole idea of Duskwall. You can't leave it.
That's the idea of Duskwall, but that's not the idea of Sigil. So you just need a different
source
of pressure.
Well, I know, but that's one of the things that makes Blades in the Dark work.
Fine. Forged in the Dark would be the best for Sigil. Are you happy now?
No, because Forged in the Dark still has that core idea.
The thing that's keeping you in a state of, like, being under pressure doesn't have to be being trapped in Sigil. And also, Sigil is the city of doors, but it's also called the Cage.
That is true, which a name I never understood.
Well, because you can't leave without going through a portal, and you need the portal keys to the portals, and the Lady of Pain and the Davis could shut down all of the portals at any time.
All right. That's true. That is true. All right. I'm blended out. I actually want to talk about Vampire now. All right.
Okay, let's talk about Vampire.
I look like the character from Lost. I can't remember his name. He had naturally very dark eyes. Richard from Lost. You are definitely not traveling the galaxy. You are in a series of 4 linked star systems in Scum and Villainy. You are on the outskirts of the internet, or on the edge. You can't. There's one door. There's only one gate that leads back to the Imperial facility. You are quite literally trapped in that section of the reach of that thing. I can't remember the name of it, but no. So yeah, you're not traveling the galaxy, Boyko. You're quite literally trapped. So okay. People said it looked out. All right, Dr. D. Hart says, this is more entertaining than I expected, but I do have to leave. I don't blame you. True, but the planets, I mean, are just a euphemism for blocks. You know what I mean? Like you're still trapped in that area. You still have heat. I have to let the polish chip off. Isn't it edgelord enough that I got it all over my hands? Still wet, by the way. Still wet. Still smudging.
Yeah, I'm all good here.
Yeah. So
I did 3 coats.
I can
I'm all good.
confirm that the Emo's Not Dead nail polish is shit. Okay? All right. So here are the rules. First, we talk about the role of rules. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Language that Derek likes. Rules are tools to help you play the game. They offer a shortcut through situations that might be difficult to resolve otherwise. Heading off arbitrary calls that might look like they are favoring one course of action or one character over another. Rules exist to enable interesting play, making outcomes uncertain when that uncertainty adds narrative tension or excitement to the story. And in one extended sentence, Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition exactly explains why I don't like role-playing scenes, the way that people refer to them, right? Which is to say, I don't like it when the GM just decides. Oh,
Derek,
the NPC
look at
agrees
your
with
nail
you.
polish bottle. Look at your nail polish bottle and tell me, does it say that it's a gel polish?
No. It just says
Okay.
nail polish black, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that it
doesn't
is
say
smudged to shit and it is still wet as shit. So,
it might be a gel polish.
well, it's all over me. So, good times.
It doesn't say. Okay, let me Google this nail polish.
It's not a real nail polish. They just made
I
it for emo.
know.
It says store in a cool, dry place, away from sunlight, vegan friendly.
Hmm.
Twiggy says my eyeliner turned out okay though.
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Gel polish does need UV. Yeah.
So. Use rules when the outcome of an action is uncertain, dangerous, and carries interesting consequences if it succeeds or fails. All right. So, to make a test, you get a number of 10-sided dice into your dice pool. For most tests, you build the pool by adding your dots in an appropriate attribute to your dots in the relevant skill. But see, they're even referring to it as dots. And on the character sheet, it's not dots. So it's like they should make it dots. So
they should make it dots. I agree. If they actually cared about respecting the legacy, they would make it dots.
I agree. The result
this is a character sheet problem, though.
Then, yeah, that is a character sheet problem. The language of the game is fine. Then you subtract the difficulty of the task, which is set by the storyteller, and that's how many dice you roll. So there are other types of tests. A power test is attribute plus a discipline, and a self-control test is your composure and your resolve. Players roll the dice. In this game, you, the player, roll the dice whenever a test is required.
Aaron has tipped $100. Just got here. Looks like things are going
Aaron
great.
got here.
This
Looks like things are
donation
going
is for
great.
Derek's
This
lip
donation
liner.
is for Derek's lip liner. I don't have any lip liner.
Okay, so the thing is that you can use your eye pencil on your lips.
What?
You could.
I'm going to do this quickly.
Turn it to the side and rub it. Don't put the point into your lips.
Right. I'll blend it out. I'll blend it out. What happened to no saliva?
You can sharpen it to sanitize it.
Oh, that's true.
All right, I'm gonna change my lower lip. We had some interest in Immortal and some interest in Sinner previously. Immortal or Sinner on the lower lip?
Yes, this is what. No, I was Joe. I said this is what it's come down to because I don't cover 5th edition.
Immortal. Okay. Immortal on the lower lip.
All right. There we go. Now I am. I just need green hair, like Jess, and I'd be good to go. I'm now full goth, and I'm feeling cunty. I feel like I should be in a gigantic martini glass for
yes.
for Jess's pleasure.
Yes. I was texting Derek while I was at a drag show where the drag queen was getting into a giant martini glass. I was sending him pictures of my martini lady.
Correct. My favorite is when you went to the show and then you missed it by an entire day. That was my personal favorite.
I'm so sad.
That's true. Right. I'm either ready to go full emo goth or I could start, really embracing the OSR. So, no, Jess is in line to get my AV hand-me-downs. So that
I'm inheriting a microphone, I believe.
Right. And a camera just for my own reasons in person.
And a camera.
Well, it depends on if we do this fabulous Ultima business here.
I think I'm in more desperate need of a camera than a microphone.
You are. Your sound actually isn't that bad. Your camera's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a C920 and we're on a Zoom call.
It's a C920.
Right. But yeah, your camera's what really needs work. So.
Yeah.
Mega says, not gonna lie, your eyeliner really makes your brown eyes pop. Oh,
yeah,
thanks.
It's true.
There we go. Fabulous. All right. So in this game, so that's another reason they had to change the attributes, because now that the players roll all the dice, every attribute needs an anti thing for the player to roll. Right. So if a vampire is trying to physically overwhelm you, you need a physical thing to reject. If a vampire is trying to emotionally overwhelm you, you need a social thing to reject. Right. So every attribute, everything needs a resistant stat, which is why you now have that third category of stats or attributes called resistance, because it's now a player focused. Read through full pumpkin spice book with Jess once it releases. Jesus. I look like you didn't see, you came late. You don't see how messed up my hands are. But I honestly, I'm going to blame, okay. You know me, I do not like to not be good at things, right? That's my thing. I like to be good at things. And I am going to blame this on this nail polish to the point where I'm like, okay, we may have to go get some real nail polish and I may have to do it a right job just to see if it was really me or if it was just this terribly cheap nail polish that I got on a cruise ship. Just saying. Because once this thing got a little bit of moisture worked into it, not saying that I shouldn't have like pre-damped it or something like that, it was a lot easier to work with. But much easier than the nail polish. So
another thing that you can also do to warm up an eyeliner before using it is to put a little lighter under it, or just kind of put it in your pocket for a little while.
If the dice come up with a result of 8 or higher, the test succeeds. So it's just a flat 8 or higher is a success. Jam says, what a revelation for you and your friend that went on the cruise and you thought you guys were too drunk. It turns out it was the nail polish. Right. I could be like, well, either I'm terrible or the nail polish is. One of those two things is true. So this is basically, right, in original Vampire, right, the difficulty determined what value you had to roll on the D10, right?
Yes. It's kind of both. You have to, the difficulty is determined based, like you could have like a difficulty 7 or a difficulty 6 or a difficulty 5 check or whatever, and that's what you have to roll on the die. But then you could also have a difficulty 6 check where you need at least 5 successes or something, right?
Oh, right. So this is very much more like Year Zero / Blades in the Dark. Like in Blades in the Dark, you are just looking for, you're making a dice pool and you're looking for a 6. So in this case, you're rolling your dice pool and you're looking for an 8. That's it. You're just looking for an 8.
Well, you're also not doing opposed rolls anymore, of course. So like if you were rolling to do something and an NPC were resisting you, right? You would roll against difficulty 6 and they would roll against difficulty 6. And then the reason that you would need such and such number of successes is because that's what they rolled. Right. And so you would need to,
and
your
now
dice
the
pool
difficulty
to beat their dice pool.
from your dice pool. So if if I had 3 dots in strength and then I had 3 dots in athletics and I have 6 athletics and I'm trying to wrestle with somebody and the GM says, oh, the difficulty's 3. So then my 6 dice become 3 dice and I need to get at least one 8. If you get extra dice, those are extra successes. And some things like attacks or discipline power will give you bonuses for getting additional successes. In addition, if none of your dice show an 8 or higher, but none of the dice are also a 1, you fail the test. So now note, it's fail and. You fail to accomplish what you wanted and suffer the consequences. Note, a test is only ever made in Vampire if a failure would change the situation and push play in a new direction. There is no such thing as you fail to accomplish what you wanted, period. It's always, and there's a consequence. Now that's what happens if you fail, but you didn't roll any ones. If you fail and any of your dice are a 1, you would get a painful failure. So on top of the normal consequences, you must choose your pain. At the storyteller's discretion, you can forego to choose your pain and instead suffer some other sort of major consequence or change the situation to make things much worse. So extra is ambiguously better in some way, arbitrarily decided by the storyteller. Yes. I mean, it does sound like some of the specific things like attacks and different disciplines will specifically tell you what extra successes do. But if a test does not spell out what extra successes do, the storyteller may award additional benefits. Well, Chris, I would have to do the math on that, but keep in mind, Chris, as you roll more dice, you are also more likely to get an 8. And you could roll all 1s. As long as you roll a single 8, you have succeeded and the 1s don't matter. I mean, this actually is a lot like, Year Zero engine, which we covered on Tuesday when we covered Invincible.
Yeah. So the chances of getting 8 or above is 8, 9, or 10, whereas rolling a 1 is just a 1. So the more dice you add to the pool, I don't think that increases your chances of botching or having a painful failure because you're so much more likely to succeed than roll a 1.
Correct. 100%. The chance to succeed is much greater than the chance to roll a 1. So if you roll a failure, I will say this, actually. If you succeed, if you fail, it is more likely to be painful.
Yeah.
Right. So when you succeed, when you do fail, which does happen less often, when you fail, it will be more likely to be painful. So yeah, that is true.
XL_.
Oh, nice! We got that $6.66 tip. That one's for me.
Mortals, do you see now why this is the only actual role-playing game?
That goes into the buying books for Jess fund. That hasn't been announced yet because the dice video isn't up yet.
We do have a buying book for Jess, buying books for Jess, buying Fabula books for Jess at Gen Con that is passed.
Yes, no, because I ordered the book with the Amano cover. So whatever you raise, on $6.66 tips will be to reimburse me.
There we go. Okay.
There
Yeah, so
we go.
Mortals, do you see now why this is the only actual role-playing game in existence? I mean, I think this is cooler than the normal Vampire rules personally, but also note, further making rolling dice irrelevant, if you roll a failure, but you really want to succeed, you can propose a devil's bargain to the storyteller. Note that this is a proposal after you've failed. The storyteller can reject it, but they have to spend one of their drama points to be able to reject it. So if the storyteller doesn't have any of their meta currency, they can't reject your bullshit. That's very interesting.
I like that.
Yeah, me
That's
too.
fun. That's cheeky.
Yes. Now, to keep clear, you can only do it once per scene. So, Zipperfest says, books for Jess? Hell yeah. All right. Now
I'm so sorry, Zipperfist. The Books for Jess Fund, it will be explained in the video where my Dispel dice are ranked, but you have to tip $6.66 or $66.60 or $666 even. And those are the only ways to add to the Books for Jess Fund.
Right. But he's excited, and he's excited for Jess.
Yes.
He says, God damn it. Zipperfist, thank you. No, look at it this way, Zipperfist. You're just making it easier so that the $250 microphone that I just bought, when I give it to Jess, it'll hurt less, you know?
Yeah.
But I do need to figure out what camera I want to give you. I think I have an idea. So to make a devil's bargain...
I'll send you a picture of my setup, and you can ascertain what would be most appropriate given where it would be positioned.
Right. That's the real issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's narrative tactile. It's narratively tactile or tactical, Megas. Yeah, we don't. We hope the meta currency will be more rare than Deckard. We actually don't know that, Mr. Rexinski. We'll have to get to that. To make a devil's bargain, if the storyteller accepts, treat the test as a basic success and give the storyteller one drama. So if the storyteller accepts your proposal, you have to spend one of your currencies and give it to the storyteller. Or maybe that's how they get it. I don't know if you're giving it to them from your pool or if you're just acquiring it. You cannot propose a devil's bargain on a painful failure. You can propose a devil's bargain only once per scene. So, okay, a couple of things. Number one, you can only propose it once per scene. So you can't spam it. Number two, somebody's getting meta currency. Either the storyteller has to buy it off or they're gaining it. And then lastly, if you get a painful failure, you can't talk your way out of that. And the same thing is true in like Fabula Ultima, right? Like you can't get a reroll if you roll a crit fumble. That's just going to be bad. There's no way you can do that. It's simulating a narrative. That's right, Sinburn. Now, keep in mind the normal that this is what we call a narrativist mechanic, right? Magus, it's once per scene, but it doesn't cost the player anything. It does because if the storyteller accepts your bargain, they gain a point of drama, which in theory is a currency for them to either reject a future devil's bargain or to change the game in some fashion. Again, it's a different way of looking at the game. It's putting the GM and the players actually on more even footing, which again makes a lot of people uncomfortable. It's binding the GM by rules as just as much as the players in some ways. I mean, not as much, but in some capacity. Now, keep in mind, if you normally painfully fail, you have to choose your pain. You can lose 3 vitae or willpower. You can lose all of your quickening, which is your meta currency bullshit. You can mark off 1 box on your beast tracker, or you can give 1 point of drama meta currency to the storyteller. So when you painfully fail, you'll either lose vitae or willpower. You'll either lose all of your currencies. You'll mark off a box on your beast tracker, so you embrace the beast, or you have to give a bullshit meta currency point to the narrator. You can also collaborate to come up with some something else, right? It's any of those four things. And by the way, what I like about this is a player choice. It's a player choice. So if you want to not have some sort of bullshit bad thing happen to you, you can just say, I'll lose 3 hit points, or I'll lose 3 willpower points. That's fine. But if you think it would be neat or cool or an interesting option to be like, what if she runs straight, to the Ventru Council and immediately tells them of my plan, or whatever, or what if she betrays me? And you're like, oh, okay, cool. That sounds neat. We can go for that. So again, you can't, it's let it ride. You can't try again. If you do, however, if for some odd reason you can attempt a different action, if you try a different approach, so you have to use a different skill or a different attribute. You can't just literally use the same check again. The difficulty increases and any failure becomes a painful failure. So this is actually kind of a way of pushing. It basically says if you really want to try, the game will let you try again. But when you do it, it has to be slightly different. You can't literally try the same thing. So you have to change some of the stats. And then any failure is a painful failure. So I actually really like that rule because it means if a player really cares, they can go for it, which is cool. Thoughts on the font, Jess?
It's just like a regular font.
People said it's not gothy enough.
Right. Well, I mean,
it's readable.
I'm not too bothered by that. The legibility of the font is high. I do feel like you would probably want maybe the chapter headers to be more unique and have art assets and stuff, but I don't think that it's important to choose the final font for those before getting the art assets, and obviously there's no art assets in this document. So I'm not bothered by it.
Right. It's a playtest. I agree. But they apparently legit agonized over this font choice. So that means that they were at least thinking
but it's fine with me if like the body text, if this is the final body text font, that's fine.
Right. So here's some advice about difficulty. Note, difficulty could reduce your dice pool to 0. So then you don't get to roll any dice. If the difficulty goes to 0, you have 3 options. Accept the failure and gain a point of quickening. That's the player currency.
Yeah, and Zipperfist says, I don't get vamp from the word quickening. Yeah, but it's in brackets, so it might not stay quickening.
Right. Anything in brackets, they're like, we're trying this out. We don't necessarily know that this is going to be final. But you could also help or you can regroup. A note, there's a sidebar. Accepting failure and farming quickening. When you have no dice left and you accept your failure, you can gain 1 quickening. This only applies to tasks that you're actively trying to accomplish and that carry a difficulty. You can't arbitrarily attempt tasks and then fail them on purpose to build up your quickening. AKA, you can't farm it. I love that they put there.
Quickening is a meta currency.
Yeah, quickening is a meta currency. And we haven't gotten to what it actually is yet or what it does. We just know that players gain it and that they can lose all of it if they get a painful failure. Here is
in the imaginary realm where we are saying that this game has vampire hope and vampire fear. Quickening is vampire hope.
It's vampire hope. Yes, correct. It's vampire hope. Sometimes your competence. There's a thing here called overqualified. Sometimes your competence is such that success is all but guaranteed, either because the difficulty is low enough or because your ability is high enough. When you make a test, if 4 dice or more remain in your pool after subtracting the difficulty, you can choose not to roll and simply succeed. So if you have 5 dots of athletics and the difficulty is 1 or 0, that would leave you with 4 or more dice in your pool. You can just say, I succeed. So this is like an auto success rule.
Yeah.
You cannot do it for attacks or defenses, as the uncertainty and chaos always keeps the action interesting. I like this rule a lot.
Yeah.
This keeps play moving, avoids improbable failures, and heads off the catastrophe of rolling a painful failure in a test that definitely should have gone your way given your competence. Keep in mind, though, if you use this rule, you can never earn extra successes. So you might still be in a situation where you want to roll because you want, the GM says, well, if you get 2 successes or 3 successes, I'll give you this and this and this. You'll convince the entire council, not just the one person. And you're like, all right, I'm going to roll. But, that does open you up. But I will say that this is a great rule.
Yeah.
Now, here are contested tests. This is for when a player goes against another player. So they do still have some idea of that. All right, here we go. Quickening. The blood inside you empowers every aspect of your being, holding power you can draw upon to accomplish extraordinary feats. Quickening is a game mechanic that represents the adrenaline rush, the swell of vampiric blood, and the tenacity in the face of adversity. You gain quickening throughout play and spend it to embolden yourself and your allies, but also to tell compelling stories. So it's like fabula points. The basic rules are you begin with 0. You can never have more than 5. If you are at your maximum and you would gain more, instead mark a box on your beast tracker or your nature tracker, your choice. Your blood is overstimulated, rousing the warring aspects within you and pushing you towards an outburst or towards a frenzy. This is the don't hoard your quickening rule. If you do, it will literally start to make you like pent up and explode. To track, use a token, such as a coin, a glass, or even a piece of candy, which you can eat when you spend it. All right. You earn 1 quickening. You earn quickening by staying active in the game, by achieving extraordinary feats, or by accepting setbacks that highlight your shortcomings. Every time you earn 1 quickening every time you roll a 10 on a test. If you roll multiple 10s, you get multiple quickenings. You earn a quickening if you accept your failure, such as if you have no dice left in your pool, you can just accept failure. And some other effects can grant quickening as well, such as when your vitae is in the thirsty or hungry threshold. When an ally when you or an ally makes a test, you can spend any amount of your quickening to improve your chances of success. Multiple characters can pool their quickening into a single test. You can spend quickening only before the dice are rolled. And once you've committed, you must stick with it. You can spend 1 quickening to add 1 dice to a test you or an ally is about to make. You can spend 3 quickening to obtain an automatic basic success on a test involving any skill in which you have at least 1 dot. Note that this can apply to even an attack or defense. And you can spend 5 quickening to get basic success on a test involving a skill in which you have no proficiency whatsoever. So there you go. So it's literally to get bonus dice to your pool. Or if you spend 3, it just says, look, what are we even doing here? Like if you're adding 3, just you get a basic success. And by the way, that can be pooled together as a party. It seems really powerful.
Yeah, so what determines your maximum quickening?
It's just 5.
Okay.
Yeah. You start with 0.
Yeah, you can never have more than 5 at once.
And you can never have more than 5.
Yeah.
I agree, Derek. It's pretty boring, but it's functional. Quickening is a fleeting resource. The better you perform, the more excited you become, and the more agitated your blood is. However, when the action stops, you begin to lose it. Besides spending your quickening, there are other ways to lose it, some of which reset your total to 0. It resets to 0 at the end of a session. When you choose your pain, one of your options is to lose all of your quickening. And other game mechanics, such as disciplines, merits, or clan traits, can cause you to lose their quickening with how they work. It's very meta. Which is probably why they called it quickening, because it doesn't really apply to any. It's more of like a momentum. It's kind of how it really describes. All right. Vitae is your hit points, and you also spend it to power your blood powers. Physical damage to your body deals damage to your vitae. When you take damage, you subtract your generation modifier. So if your generation modifier is 3 and you take damage, you take 3 less. Keep in mind, too, if you have too much quickening, it does say that your ally needs to be able to see or hear you in order to benefit for you spending the quickening on their behalf. Some damage is baneful, which we used to call aggravated. Okay, so when you take damage, you mark the box. When you take aggravated damage, you cross out the squares from right to left. So basically, you're reducing your maximum. You're basically actually lowering the length of the track. Fire, sunlight. Once per night, you can spend 5 vitae and 1 willpower to recover 1 point of baneful damage. Magus, I don't know about powers or disciplines, but we saw that like having like the weapon chart went up to 4 damage. So like bare fists or something was like 1 point of damage, and then like a really powerful weapon or sword or bazooka or something was like 4.
And then the amount of vitae that you have is 10 plus your stamina.
10 plus your stamina.
Your stamina is probably a number between 1 and 5.
However, your vitae is not a binary system. If you have 11 or more, you are satisfied. Because remember, vitae is not just your hit points, it's also your blood. So if you have 11 or more, your vampire is currently satisfied. This means that you have enough blood to keep the beast at bay. You get a +1 dice to self-control tests. You also get +1 dice bonus to any powers that you make from your clan's disciplines. If you're between 6 to 10, you are thirsty. Nice. You gain 1 quickening when you reach this threshold. And at the start of each subsequent scene, while you remain thirsty, you gain 1 quickening. So there's kind of like an advantage to being low on vitae. You're kind of getting all wired up and amped up. And if you're between 1 to 5, you are now hungry. And while you gain 2 quickening at the start of every scene, you are starving. When you see a helpless mortal, smell fresh blood, or see someone bleeding, you have to make a self-control test or enter into a hunger frenzy. So. And if you reach 0, you enter torpor. You are paralyzed. You can't use your powers. You look like a corpse. And you can't move, speak, or use your vampiric powers.
I like that the lower your vitae goes, you start beginning your turn gaining quickening. I like that a lot. That's kind of an anti-death spiral.
Yeah, it's an anti-death spiral. Right. Yep. Is helpless mortal defined, or is it storyteller's choice? I mean, I think that's one of those, like, we have to, as a table, decide what is a helpless mortal. But, generally speaking, I mean, I don't know what the issue is there, but.
Oh, I think it's just, what is it that makes a mortal helpless? Like, is it just that anytime you're hungry and you see a mortal, that you have to, because any mortal is helpless? So, like, even if you're just, like, you're in a public place and a mortal exists and now that mortal is helpless, that would be kind of shitty.
Right. And in which case wouldn't they just say mortal then? So for me, a helpless mortal is like, you see a bum on the street in an alley, there's a little girl who's lost in the park. You know what I mean? Like, it's someone that you can just quickly take advantage of, and they have no recourse, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a vampire guy, so I may look like one, but you can recover vitae by feeding. Makes sense. Willpower. This is your mental hit points. You also use it to power your mental disciplines. You suffer willpower damage when in social conflict. So social conflict quite literally deals willpower damage.
Nice.
When you take damage to your willpower, subtract the amount of damage from your current willpower.
Okay. In chat, Questfriend is saying that helpless mortal is a defined term in Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition. A helpless mortal is a mortal who doesn't know that vampires exist. A prepared mortal is a mortal who could hypothetically defend themselves because they are aware that you could be doing something to them.
Got it. If you reach 0 willpower, you risk entering a rage frenzy. You must either resist it with a self-control test or ride the wave and enter frenzy voluntarily. Unlike Vitae, willpower has no supernatural means to recover. In other words, you can't just feed on somebody and recover. To regain lost willpower, oh man, this is Legend of the Five Rings. Holy shit. It is super narrative. So in Legend of the Five Rings, you have stamina and strife. And as your samurai is, trying to be this perfect person in a world of Bushido, and they're still a human, but they're expected to be this like master paragon of Bushido. The way that you recover your strife is you indulge your passions and you indulge your secret guilty vices.
Derek, there is nature still. I'm not sure if there's nature. Derek Rawlings. I'm not sure if there is nature and demeanor both, but there is definitely nature, and it seems like it does something else now. It used to be that your nature and like engaging with your nature and your demeanor was how you would recover your willpower.
Well, now you do it when you accomplish something.
Mm-hmm.
So you must accomplish things that bring satisfaction or that indulge or strain your nature. So if you accomplish something like a long-term goal, you can be rewarded with 1 to 3 willpower. If you completely drain and kill a human victim through feeding, you gain 1 willpower. If you ride the wave instead of resisting a frenzy, you regain 2 willpower. And if you need to quickly recover willpower, you can rile your inner self, drawing on your inner reserves and stirring your base monstrous nature. You mark one of your monstrous or one of your mortal boxes and regain 1 willpower. Basically, you're like tapping into your inner urges and giving into that. We have information about time. Okay. A session, a story, a chronicle, yada, yada. We have instance of information about distances: close, short, medium, long, far away. Do we like these? I'm like never happy with distances. Like close, short. Like I think I just like close, near, far. I think that's like the best for me that's ever gonna get. Distance in this game is measured in abstract bands that are easy to understand and don't require you to measure anything with a ruler. Who the fuck is measuring anything with a ruler? I guess Daggerheart is technically.
And also, if you're playing on a 5-foot grid where every 1 inch square is 5 feet, your grid is a ruler.
I guess that's true. We've got information about movement. I don't really care about all this. Here's actions. There are 3 main types of actions: action, minor action, and reaction. So minor actions are things like picking something up, opening or closing a door, reloading a weapon. Reaction occurs on your off turn, and general actions are everything that you would normally expect to do: distract, demoralize, interact. This feels a very, very 5e-ish. Or like Pathfinder 2-ish.
I don't know that I love that minor action and general action are both called action.
Right. Well, I mean, it was called standard action, minor action, move action.
Right, and I think that's bad.
Oh, okay, fair enough. What would you call it?
Think of other words than action.
But I mean, it's helping you know that it is an action. So if the question is, you can't take actions.
But a minor action isn't a general action, right?
Right.
So why do they have to both be actions?
Because
a reaction isn't a reaction action.
Right. That is true. It's
it is a reaction.
No, it has the word action in it.
It does. But I feel like minor action, general action is inviting confusion as to what is and is not an action that doesn't need to exist if you just actually because they're all under the heading of action. So your action types are minor action and general action. I just feel like you're using the word action too many times.
No. There are 3 main types of actions: action, minor action, and reaction. General action isn't the name of a type of action. So action is an action. Minor action is an action. So I'm seeing something here, though, in this, which is it's something that you kind of reminded me of, or what other people were saying. I get the distinct impression, because to me, this seems extremely weird. But then I'm thinking about how many people are playing Vampire the Masquerade where they're like, oh, yeah, we're getting into a combat and we're going to go full guerrilla on them. Right. You know, and like at that point, it's like, oh, so do we need trad combat rules? And I guess the answer is yes. Like, because you would never need this in like a more narratively sophisticated game. But this reads like, you know, a D20 game.
Yeah.
I mean, like even down to like the demoralize action, the strike action, the coordinate action. Here's your feint action, your distract action, you know, the interact action. There's just a lot of different things here. You know, Derek says, I spend a minor action to activate my celerity is just a sentence that I never want to see. So.
I agree.
Anyways, they introduced skill challenges here. Basically, you need to get so many successes for a complicated test. The number of tests you can do. This is basically the one ring methodology where you get a certain number of tests. You get X, you know, or skill challenges. You get Y attempts to get X successes, or you need to get X successes in Y attempts. So this is weirdly not narrativist. This is super, you know, and like tiers of play, talking about like difficulty ratings and difficulty bands and like numeric, like was there ever like CR in Vampire? I'm going to guess no.
We've come around to the point where this document has revealed itself, and its purpose is to be Vampire Daggerheart?
Yes, it is. This is exactly Daggerheart. Guys, it's all about hope and fear, and we're going to use the duality dice system to create really incredible storytelling and collaborative player agency-driven dynamic stories. And here are combat rules, and here's your action, and here's your stress tracker, and here's your range checker, and here's everything else. Yeah. Yeah. And
the tiers of play, Daggerheart has those too, right?
It sure does. Tier 1, Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 3. Yeah. And here's our turn sequence, initiative, surprise rules, all the combat rules with called shot rules. A feeding, attack. Man, this feels like a completely different game than everything that we've read up until this point. Like this is really deep. Like when you're defending, you can dodge, you can get extra successes and bonuses to get cover, and how many dice bonuses that you can get cover. It's like a complete. I mean, this suddenly. I mean, yeah, it's Vampire Daggerheart.
We should have known when we saw it.
We should have known.
When we saw that this alpha document was 178 pages,
I know. You know what? That should have been our first.
This is on us. This is on us.
Yeah. All right. Then we get stuff about tracking your. Okay, going back to the character sheet for a moment. Every time you reach the end of your monstrous track, or every time you reach the end of your mortal track, you mark one of these 5 boxes, either the beast box or the nature box. And basically, it's like a building up of stuff. So like, if you are beyond monstrous 3, you permanently lose 1 circle from your mortal side. You cross out the rightmost circle of your mortal side. The more monstrous side permanently seizes your soul, the more distant whisper of who you are until you become a wight, a mindless, instinct-driven monster who falls under the storyteller's control. Your journey in the world of darkness has ended. The beast has total control of it. If you get to mortal 3, You seek an escape from this. Your journey ends in the story of darkness. You may be having reached enlightenment, reaching Golconda, or some other road beyond vampiric existence. You enter torpor, choosing to enter torpor for a long span, hoping to wake in a changed world. You have had enough, and you seek the final death, going to the shore to watch one last final sunrise.
Yeah.
Or you might go into complete isolation, leaving and basically becoming a hermit. So basically, it's very much like Torchbearer or Burning Will like a Torchbearer. If your nature reaches 0 or your nature reaches 7, you basically retire from play. You either become a weirdo or you become you settle down and have a normal. Wait, is it not Torpor?
No, it's Torpor.
It's Torpor?
Maybe not. I don't know. Derek,
I mean, it could be Torpor.
I also could be wrong.
No, I mean...
Torpor.
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 Yeah, the Google Translate or Google pronunciation agrees. Torpor.
Torpor.
All right, Torpor. I'll be honest with you. The only reason I know how to say this, or the reason I say it, is because back when I played Jihad back in like the 90s with people, the people are like, oh, then your vampire will enter Torpor. All right, Torpor. All right, Torpor.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways. So long story short, basically, if you reach 3 humanity or 3 monstrosity, you give up and you no longer get to play the game. So don't go off the edge of the track too much. There's a bunch of stuff here about blood and forming blood bonds and mechanical effects from forming blood bonds with people, how ghouls work, information about vampire sex.
This is the most important part of the game.
If you spend 1 point of vitae, you can activate the blush of life, which gives you warmth to your touch. You can have sex. You can use touch screens.
Yeah.
You can
Surreal.
pass a medical examination. You can consume small quantities of food and drink, such as a light snack or a glass of wine, without feeling ill. The food won't make you ill, but it must provide you with no sustenance, and you must expel it before the end of the night. So there you go. It's built into the game now. You just have
you don't have to eat food anymore.
Yep, you can just spend a point of vitae to.
What a glorious time!
Yes, and it lasts
Your
for the
vampire
whole.
can do all of the most important things now without needing to spend merits
on
them.
They can fake eat food, and they can fake bang.
Well, okay, so what makes it fake banging?
Because without it, you can't do it. If I don't spend a vitae.
No. What is the distinction between fake bang and real bang here that we're drawing?
Well, because everything that the vampire does is an illusion of being alive without the blush of life.
Okay.
So
you're saying that according to the text in the book.
Yes, correct.
You're fake eating and you're fake banging.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. In fact, it even says you can have sex and enjoy the pleasures that come with it as if you were alive, which implies that the normal state is that you cannot. Ergo, this is
correct. That in your normal state you cannot. You have to spend
right, but it's an illusion. It's the same way that you can pass a cursory medical examination and your skin is warm to the touch. You appear, so it's fake.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
We got a lot of decapitation and staking rules. Fire. This is like a 3rd edition manual with like how many hit points does a rope have? Like how much damage does a medium fire do versus a large fire versus being completely immersed in lava?
Fire damage is important because vampires are particularly susceptible to being destroyed by fire. So it's extremely important that the amount of damage that... Yeah.
Fire does more damage than sunlight.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. Also,
well, the sun is so far away.
I remember because when I was a hunter, we used to walk around with like white phosphorus rounds so that we could burn out the vampires. It was pretty sweet.
Okay. Listen, the sun is so far away, whereas all of these fires that you're being like actually set on fire are so much closer to you than the sun.
Yeah, but it's the sun.
If the sun were that close, it would do way more damage.
Well, yeah, but the sun would do that way more damage to everyone and everything.
Yeah.
Anyways. I just think that the idea that a vampire can go and like be in the sunlight for a number of rounds is fucked up.
What? How long is a round?
6 seconds.
Does it say that? That's a D&D rule.
Everything else about this game has become D&D. Why wouldn't it be any different? All right, let's take a look here. All right, you take, at the start of each of your turns that you are in sunlight, you take 2 points of what used to be called aggravated and is now called baneful damage. But we did have a section about time. So let me go look at time.
Okay, let's go back to that time section.
We skipped the time section. This is important. Here we go. Turn sequence? No. Here's a play.
Anyway, the thing about fire versus the sun is not that the sun is less effective than it should be. It's just that fire is really, really deadly to a vampire.
Sure. A turn is the amount of time within a scene to represent how long it takes for one character to perform a basic interaction. A turn lasts as long as an individual needs to take a significant action and still move within their environment. Depending on the pace of a scene, this can range anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes.
So the amount of damage the sun deals is quantum.
Correct. But more importantly, if we were to take somewhere in the middle of there, we might say a turn might be a minute while you're walking down the city block or 2, which means that your character could potentially walk several city blocks in the middle of full sunlight as a vampire. I think that's stupid.
Maybe. Or maybe they can walk 5 seconds because there's no defined amount of time that this damage takes to take. It takes one round.
I'm not suggesting
so however long.
I think a vampire directly exposed to the light of the sun should be instantly destroyed. Full stop.
Immediately, instantly destroyed?
What's that?
Immediately, instantly destroyed?
Immediately, instantly destroyed. Like, I'm okay with a vampire. Like, let's say you're going through some, like, thing, and, like, somebody, like, opens up a window and, like, a beam of sunlight hits your arm. I don't think you should completely turn to dust, right? I think that should fuck you up.
But you think your arm should turn to dust?
Or, like, at least get, like, badly burned or destroyed. Yeah. Yeah. I think, though, like, if a vampire was in a box and then like they pulled they pulled the curtain back and the vampire's like sitting in the middle of Central Park and they're in broad daylight sunlight, they have like 1 or 2 seconds to be like and then they just turn to dust. That's what should happen.
Okay, so 1 or 2 seconds. That's not instant. That's 1 or 2 seconds.
It's nearly instant.
No, you've changed your position.
Fine. You know what? Instant. They just turn to pure sunlight dust. Anyways.
Okay, well, obviously that's not going to be the rules in a game of how players take damage.
It should be. And then, like any good Neo Trad PF2 game, here's our list of conditions. Emotional, exhausted, greater emotional, immobilized, held, mangled, paralyzed, surprised, prone, scared, terrified, tired. It's like 2 different games that have been attached together. But here's the truth.
Okay, so Derek?
Wait, no, here's the truth. The fact is, that's how most people play role-playing games. They are like, oh, we're playing this like really cool, moody narrative game. And then for a lot of people, when you quote unquote roll for initiative, all that shit gets thrown out the window and it's time to play tactical miniature combat, even if it's not tactical miniature combat. That's how people do it.
Okay, now Derek, tell me, based on this list of conditions, what does this game care about?
Oh, Jesus, I don't know. I'll tell you, you know what this game cares about?
Yeah.
This game cares about having like really, really, really like agency driven, like really like emotive, mechanically enforced narrativist scenes, and then hyper gamist combat.
Because it's Vampire Daggerheart. Yeah.
So what does this game care about? It cares about being Vampire Daggerheart. Yes.
So we've concluded that it will in fact make money.
I mean, it should have just been a campaign frame for Daggerheart. You would have, yeah. I mean, this has even more combat stuff than Daggerheart. Daggerheart only has 2 conditions. This reads more like...
It's odd to me.
And like, this reads like, kind of reads more like PF2. I mean, without the grid-based movement, but other than that.
It's not odd to me that
God
this
damn it.
game is
Look, see?
a narrative
Look,
game that
it's
actually
still
is
wet.
very crunchy.
Look at this.
Yeah, I think that's a gel polish.
You done had me, emo. It's not my fault.
The good news is you're not going to need acetone to take that off.
Oh, that's good. Good, because it's definitely already all over everything.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's wild. Anyway, no, I'm surprised about this game, not because I'm surprised that it is Vampire Daggerheart, but I'm surprised that the combat is so mechanically dense while also deviating so far from historically what storyteller dense mechanics have been.
Yeah.
It's taking a completely different type of mechanics and saying, it's not saying like we're taking your vampire and we're turning it into a narrative game. It's saying we're taking your vampire and turning it into a different type of a different genre of mechanics.
Completely.
And that is a much more surprising choice than just making it a narrative game was.
Correct. I completely agree. Yeah. It's a neo-trad game coming from the other direction. Well, I mean, it's like Daggerheart. It's like Daggerheart wants to have its cake and eat it too. And that's where people are running into problems because on one hand, it's like, oh yeah, do whatever you want and the hope and the fear. And then they're also like, but here's all these combat mechanics. And it's very confusing to people. Ironically, this game actually in some ways is tighterly made, but it's because there's a lot more rules and a lot more complication. But like for people who want to basically play vampire and be cool and have all these powers, but then also still have a fairly traditional kind of gamey combat. Take your actions. Here's a long list. You're getting successes, doing extra damage, trigger an ally, use my quickening. Like, as DM Rawling said, I'm going to minor action I'm going to start my turn. I'm going to minor action to pop celerity. Then I'm going to invoke a trait and I'm going to go into super blood rage mode. And then I'm going to go full potency attack. You know what I mean? I'm going to activate, hold on a sec. We got the list here. I'm going to activate Bone Breaker, and I'm going to activate Earth Shock and send a sonic shockwave through the earth to rip apart, So, I mean, now we're like into the spells of the game, basically. We've got all the discipline superpowers. Bull Rush, Imprint, Soaring Leap, Bone Breaker, Earth Shock, Powerful Strike, Strike True, and War Cry. Zen Bullet says, you need to cover more Onyx Path games to see where this is coming from.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now, as I recall, I think Zen is the person who's like obsessed with Exalted. So that might explain some things, but yeah. So they're making it like Onyx Path. Is that what I'm hearing, basically?
Onyx Path is a publisher, yeah.
Right. But yeah. I'm just saying, but this is made by Paradox. So is there a generational connection? That's all I'm saying.
I think so, but I don't. The lineage of who owns what part. Yeah, Onyx Path made V5. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a new publisher. That's all I'm saying. So
the lineage of the Vampire the Masquerade IP is
right.
Convoluted.
To be clear, the lineage of Vampire the Masquerade is now Dungeons and Dragons because they're making vampires for Dungeons and Dragons. So. Yohota saying that Renegade made V5, but Boyko is saying Onyx Path did New World of Darkness and WoD 20th anniversary. Look, I'll let you all debate about who covered what. All I know is that these dot powers look like frickin' 4th edition things. Activation, attribute, cost, duration, distance, difficulty. What are some of your favorite vampire disciplines? What did Oriana have?
Oriana was a La Sombra, so I had all of the what's it called? The La Sombra Shadow one.
Oh, how would I know?
The one. Obtenebration,
Oh,
which I
okay.
guess is Oblivion in this.
Right. All right. Celerity. There we go. Fighter's alacrity. Your mastery of this discipline lends you extraordinary agility, letting you act twice as often as anyone else in a turn. When you activate this power, which costs 3 of your vitae, which is also your hit points, you get an extra action this turn. You can prolong this effect by spending 1 willpower at the start of each subsequent turn to keep the extra action going, and it ends if you don't pay the upkeep. So it's 3 to activate, and then, 3 blood or 3 vitae to activate, and then 1 willpower to keep going. If you have 6 dots in this power, you can get 2 extra actions. And if you have 8 dots in this power, you get 3 additional actions per turn. How is that not broken? But whatever, it's fine. I guess it's really expensive, but what do I know? Obtenebration. Whatever they call it now. All right, so the rest of the book...
it's called Oblivion in this.
Okay. The rest of the book seems to be filled with just descriptions of powers. Oblivion.
And you need a lot of them.
Cloud of darkness. Shadow play. Draining darkness. Grasping shadows. Shadow tools. Shadow mask. Shadow step. How many words can we use? Shadow. Cinnabos says, alacrity is a 40% haste. That is correct from EverQuest. All right, so we basically reached the end of the book because the rest of this is all just powers. So,
there's a glossary at the end.
There is another glossary at the end. That's true. So the last power is Transcendent Aura, which is from Presence, by the way. I mean, even like this is like it's just like a 5e power, which is it's mechanical or a Pathfinder 2 spell. It's like has a flavor text, but it's not really clear if the flavor text is just flavor or if it's game effect. Because it says, your magnetism is so powerful that you can exude an aura, deterring others from approaching you without your permission. Period. Is that flavor text or is that mechanics? Until the end of the scene, or until you take an aggressive action, you make others believe that you are untouchable and matchless. If a creature within range tries to approach you without your permission, make a power test against its resolve. On a success, it cannot come within close distance of you. So it's a very mechanical effect. And then we have the final master glossary with all the terms that we had. And that's it. So that's Vampire 6th edition alpha. What a trip. What a weird story. What a weird trip that is. So for those of us...
We should have known.
Yeah, I know. We should know. For those of us who are, aware, so combining mechanics is a pure lie. Combat seems nothing like the rest of the game. I don't know that it's a pure lie. It's just a very different tone. But I also accept that that's how a lot of people play their RPGs. In fact, I would argue the way that a lot of people play RPGs is they have mechanics for outside of combat, but the most part, they kind of ignore them. They just role play. They just go with the scene. They just decide what sounds cool. The GM will just make a call. We don't even roll dice. We did it through role playing. And then when combat starts, forget all that shit. I move 3 squares and I attack. It becomes very locked in. It becomes like a miniature war game, basically. And I think that's how a lot of people play. Zen says, kind of exciting, kind of disappointing. That's kind of how I feel too. There's parts of it that I think are really cool and well designed. And then the end of it just honestly, the whole combat part of it for me was very like, you can't hear this, Jess, but I'm playing the sad trombone. Not because it was bad, but yes, Jams, the closeted war gamers who just need to be pegged. Yeah, Magus Grace, the great question. Who is this for? I feel like the Vampire Masquerade community will not give this a chance.
Yeah.
K-Tube says, you just described every 5e game I ever played.
Yeah.
Self-confessed cynic says, I find I actually call for checks in exploration, etc. pretty regularly. Otherwise, I don't know. It feels like we're not playing a game. Well, don't let the role players hear you, Vin, because, then you suddenly might, before you know it, you're going to be like, oh, you just make a perception check? What about engaging with the fiction? What about the fruitful void? What about just role-playing and describing what you're doing and using the GM as a resource instead of treating them like a burden? Firepart says the four main rule sets identified as inspiration is Cypher, 2D20, Forged in the Dark, and Chronicles of Darkness. Well, I can definitely see the 2D20. I can definitely see the Forged in the Dark. I'm trying to debate where I can see the Cypher system, but yeah. It does feel a lot like again, a merging of trad gameism with narrative, like meta currency spam, which is kind of what Daggerheart is. But the difference is people love Critical Role and they love Matt Mercer. The Vampire people will hate this. They will hate this. There's no way that anybody who's playing whatever is ever going to do that. is ever going to play this. And is this going to be enough to get new people to come to Vampire?
I mean, maybe.
Probably not. When I could be a vampire in Daggerheart. Well, that's my point, Megan. If you're not going for a general audience, who are you going for? Who is this? Who wants this game? Is there a vocal chunk of the vampire community, both old heads and new heads, old World of Darkness, new World of Darkness, people playing Mind's Eye, Laws of the Camarilla, or whatever the fuck Jess keeps bringing up? Like, are they like sitting here going, man, I see all this new tech, that's coming out, and I want to be part of it, I want meta currencies. As a GM, I want to have to spend a storytelling point, to be able to introduce a narrative complication. I want my players to roll a dice, fail, and then say, you know what, let's discuss a devil's bargain because I'd like to succeed in this situation. Like, for a lot of people who are really into their hardcore simulationism and their actorism, that like makes them throw up inside their mouth. They hate the idea that you're talking about the game while playing the game, right? That's the thing. They don't want to be reminded that they're playing a game. They want it to be real. They want to be immersed. They want to be simulating.
Before this took such a hard pivot into the
hypertrad,
the hypertrad section, this was very exciting, and I do think that there are a lot of people who want to play in the World of Darkness settings, but don't want to have to engage with the storyteller system. Like, for example, I play in a Changeling game where we are currently using quest worlds as a resolution mechanic because we've just decided as a group that we do want to play Changeling, but dealing with C20, none of us want to do this anymore. This C20 is bad. It's not achieving anything that any of us actually want to do, but we do still want to play Changeling. And so I do think that there is a demographic of people who want to play with the World of Darkness settings, boycott Changeling the Dreaming. I do think there are people who want to play World of Darkness but don't want to have to deal with the very finicky way that the rules traditionally have been. But this isn't necessarily, I mean, it's less finicky than Storyteller because anything is less finicky than Storyteller for the most part. But
yeah, I the first half, they got me in the first half. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Because the first half, I'm like, oh, look at these Blades in the Dark inspired mechanics. Look at these, players are cooperating. The GM doesn't roll. We're using meta currencies to keep the game feral and fair. The GM is if the GM's a player too. I love all that. I love the balance track system from Avatar. Even the One Ring kind of has it a little bit. I love the choose your pain and devil's bargain type stuff. I love having those meta conversations about what's going on in the game. But Firepart Creature says, choose your pain and devil's bargain, I think risk taking players out of the immersion, which I think that's correct because you're talking about someone who likes those mechanics and Derek doesn't like immersion. Derek doesn't care about immersion. Derek likes engaging with the game.
But I like immersion and like being immersed.
Not like
but
a real
I also
immersionist.
But
You're
I
also a game designer. You can't help.
Yeah. But I also like the choose your pain and the devil's bargain because immersion is not a plague.
Yes, quest round.
No.
I have black eyeliner on and black tinted lips. I can definitely now officially say immersion is a plague. Look, all I'm saying is these mechanics, the first part, excite me. Mm-hmm. And, and if I was like a 16-year-old who had just watched or whatever, John Wick or The Matrix, the last half of the book would excite me, like, oh, look at all my cool vampire superpowers. And, oh, I can't wait to trigger that and pay the upkeep cost and, all that other stuff. But that's not what I'm trying. In fact, the moment for me where I kind of went, huh? Is like when we first got to like the section about the ranges. And I was like, why are they describing these ranges with such, detail? Like, why do we need 7 different ranges for this vampire game that seems really focused more on like narrative and where you are in your track between humanity and the beast?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we're talking about close, very close, far, near,
suddenly
far.
We have literally the Daggerheart ranges.
Yeah. Yeah, literally the Daggerheart ranges. The only thing they were missing is, don't worry about it. Just use the side of a card. Use the long edge of a card. Use a pencil. Use a sheet of paper.
Yes. Daggerheart ranges minus the ruler.
Yes, correct. Right, so not even that. And then we start talking about, actually, the whole chat, the whole stream took a complete nosedive when we saw the minor actions. That was the moment that I think it broke everybody, actually.
Yeah.
So ranges are to bring in the players who have learned to rely on that. For what though? I guess I don't know. Yeah, I guess I don't know. But rely on what? In D&D we don't have those ranges. In D&D you have squares or feet. So that's actually a new thing. Even if you're presuming when you say bring in players, look, let's just say what we're saying. To try to capture a percentage of the 5e audience. That's who we're talking about here. There's no group of people like, man, those diehard RuneQuest people, like, I wish we could get that audience. No one's saying that. You're talking about one group and one group only. PF2 and D&D, basically. How do we get PF2 and D&D people to play our game? But neither of those games have range bands. So you're already moving them off of a system that they're intimately familiar with. But yeah. So I guess the question is, would they have been better to express it in terms of feet? I don't know. I don't feel like it needed it, but that's just me. But yes, I mean, is Daggerheart part of the big 3 jams? I don't necessarily know. But yeah, they're fishing for PF2, D&D, and Daggerheart for sure. But I definitely... This is just like Mutants and Masterminds, which just came out with its 4th edition, and I haven't read it yet. But Mutants and Masterminds 1st edition was based off of 3rd edition D&D, aka 3.x, 3.5, Pathfinder 1, right? It was a 5-foot grid system, and it was completely outrageous because you literally had characters that could move 2,000 feet a turn. So, like, what do we do? What are we even doing here? Like, we're playing a superhero game where characters can literally move 5,000 squares in a 6-second round. Like, why are we still counting 5-foot squares? And they kept it through Mutants and Masterminds 1st, 2nd, 3rd edition, and now it's still in 4th edition. And I'm like, it's a superhero game. Why are we counting squares? In a vampire game where I'm punching shockwaves through the earth, if it's not draw steel or whatever, it's not trying to be draw steel, why do we have anything like that? I don't know. I just feel like we have a GM. We're already using a collaborative agenda. Let's just, I don't know, figure it out together. I don't know why it suddenly took this hard left turn into it's fight time. We got to, fuck you. You're close. Sorry. The distance is, you're near, the distance is close. I don't know. Yeah.
It surprised us all.
Fully looked at MM4. Anyways. Will your group be converting to Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition?
From what? From
Mind's
Quest
Eye
World
Theater
or Laws of the Night revised 1999?
From Quest World.
Oh, no. It's not even a vampire game. It's a changeling game. There's no
Yeah, but you can
changeling
use the
rules in here.
rules. But I guess you'd have to completely make up all the new ones. All right, you know what? Poll. We'll do a final poll to end the stream.
Okay.
All right. Final poll. Let me find my polls. What should the poll be, Jess? It should be... Oh, also I have to pick a winner. I forgot about that. Would you play V6? Never. No. Maybe. Yes. Excitedly. All right. Tasty Trekkie says, we need a welcome to the Black Parade note on the... No, here's the problem, Tasty Trekkie. If I did that, I would immediately be copyright claimed.
Yes.
Boyko, it's a playtest. It's also a 180-page playtest. Let's not pretend like they're not going to, like, you know, that this isn't a pretty, you know...
Don't exaggerate, Derek. It's 178 pages.
Sorry. So there you go. Would you play Vampire 6? Remember, 1, 2, so 5 is excitedly, 4 is yes. Tasty Trekkie, it only takes your first one. Sorry, you tried to fuck the poll there. It doesn't work. You can vote twice if you're on Twitch. I mean, here's the thing. I have a couple of problems, which is if I was going to ever play this game, I would probably just want to play Avatar. I feel like Avatar does the same thing I want to do, but it does it in a way that I'm more interested. That being said, the part about Vampire that would interest me, it didn't interest me when I was a kid. When I was a kid, what interested me was, you know, having celerity and having potency and using my katana to slice through a Mack truck and, you know, and having like an Uzi with silver tip bullets or whatever. So the, yeah, you know, being basically, you know, John Wick or The Matrix, but vampires. And that was when I was a kid. But as an adult, I am more interested in this mechanical dynamic of telling stories about a character who used to be human and is now a monster, and how do they deal with that? So, no, Lieutenant Commander Roy Fokker, we're about to do that, actually, as we speak. So, let me see if I can find this really quick here. YouTube comment picker. All right. 1 second. We're going to do it live. So this is to win our copy of Invincible from our last Tuesday where we covered Invincible with Bob. Wow. Professor DM and Roll for Combat are still live. Good for them. Is it a perfect Gaussian curve? It's pretty close. I mean, we have 2 nevers, which kind of throws it off a little bit, but it's within the margin of error. I mean, it's pretty dang close to 2 sigma, maybe not 3 sigma, but okay. All right, get shareable link. Okay. Nope. There we go. All right. We are going to pull up this. All right. So maybe is the generic definitive answer. Huzzah. Window capture. Okay. Here we go. All right. Well, light pink is our winner. So light pink, you win. I will reply to your post on YouTube, and I will let you know that you won. So
Congratulations.
Congratulations, light pink. You won. Congrats. Contact me at dmelinda@knightsoflastcall.com. All right. We got our winner, light pink. Love to see it. So that is that. Good stuff. How did that video do? Yeah, 1.4, almost 2K views. I almost made $8. Actually, I don't think I monetized that stream, so there you go. Times are tough. Go figure. And then we cover Vampire the Masquerade, and I paint my eyes, and we make over $1,000. You know, listen, I don't make the rules. No problem, Lieutenant Commander Roy. So, Vampire the Masquerade 6th edition. It's just an alpha test, but is this game about something? Yeah. I mean, it's about being a Daggerheart version of Vampire. Yeah. No, but in reality, I think that this Vampire version, outside of the weird combat section, to me feels more mechanically about using a system to tell angsty vampire stories about how you're torn between, you know, the beast and being a human. Mm-hmm. The mechanics, there were a lot
of things that I liked, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of things I liked. And there was even there was even like nice little game design things. I like that if you subtract the difficulty and you still have 4 or more dice in your pool, you can choose to auto succeed. I thought that was that's just a generically good effect, you know, to represent extreme competence.
I liked that you got the meta currency when you are low on health.
Yes, the quickening as you become hunger. Yeah, and it's like, as you said, it's an anti-death spiral mechanic, which is really cool. And it's even kind of a nice, fun thing where it's like, you kind of like, I kind of want to push myself to the edge, right? I like the idea to a certain extent, right? Because quickening can be used to give you bonus dice. And the idea that a vampire who is being pushed to hunger is a more dangerous, feral opponent, you know?
Because
I like that idea.
Narratively, I think that's a very strong choice.
Correct.
That the closer to death a vampire gets, the more deadly they are to face. Whereas a vampire who is sated is kind of comfortable and not trying as hard. Right. Which I think also has something. Yeah, I think also has something to say about what the game wants to be about in terms of, like, the elders are comfortable in their position, but they're also weak to being overtaken because they don't expect that much out of younger vampires.
Yeah. Also, Osily, I also agree that because it resets, I like that if you hoard your quickening, you can actually start to become almost too excited, and you actually start potentially falling into either your human side or your beast side. And so it really actually encourages you to spend it. The name is pretty sus. And to be fair, the effects of quickening were very, very brutally gamist, right? Which is 1 quickening to add a die, 3 quickening to add a success, auto success, 5 quickening to add an auto success, even if you have no dots in a skill. And again, narratively, you can even share those costs as a party. So again, I mean, that's not simulationist and that's not narrativist. That's very just gamist. It's just like, okay, you've got quickening, you spend it for success. You know, I mean, I guess maybe there's an idea of like, I don't know, your vampire's all hyped up, so now you auto succeed. I don't know, but whatever, you know, it's fine. But I also liked that there was inherently a push. I like pushing your luck. I think pushing your luck is great. If you fail at a check, you can try that check again if you try a different approach. So you literally can't just spam the same check back, but you have to change one of the attributes or skills that you used, right? Like maybe you try to use your charisma with someone, right? Like you're trying to, I don't know, you're trying to persuade somebody and the GM says, okay, use persuasion skill plus your charisma attribute. And that doesn't work. And you go, you know what? I'm going to switch to just outright manipulation and coercion. And they go, cool, you can try again. You have to use a different attribute and you're going to use manipulation instead of charisma. But because this is a second attempt, the difficulty goes up by 1. And if you fail, it is a painful failure automatically. I like that because it's like, also. You could try again. Are you willing to risk it? Because if you painfully fail, you cannot do a devil's bargain, and the player has to pay the price.
Yeah.
Or whatever it's called. I think it's called pay the price, right? Which could involve you losing resources, losing all your quickening, yada, yada, yada.
There was some discussion in chat earlier that the quickening is essentially what Vampire V5 was calling momentum. And
Right,
Zenbullet said
which is what it's called
momentum was
in a lot of 2D20 games. It's called momentum.
Yeah. And so Zenbullet said momentum was a party pool. And then said, I guess making it a party pool was a bridge too far. In
Still
reference
is a party
to
pool.
in reference to being able to spend it, I think, on other players, the fact that you're taking something that was a party pool and making it into something that's only for the one player. And I wonder about that choice and the way that the metacurrency, are like one for players and one for GMs is very much like another thing that makes this Vampire Daggerheart.
Oh, right.
Was the decision to make it not a party pool anymore, perhaps
Inspired by
motivated.
Daggerheart.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think they wanted to call it quickening because I think they wanted to make it feel somewhat diegetic, Hardrick. You know, this idea that your vampire blood is racing and that you're feeling this quickening. I mean, to be clear, quickening is not just a Highlander term. You know, quickening is this ancient, you know, it's like an old-timey word to mean like, you know, life is flowing through you, right? Yeah, I mean, I've played games with shared party pools, and there's always that. Actually, that's two problems, Magus. One problem is people using it too much, and the other problem is people not using it because they don't want to steal it from other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, oh yeah, 2D20 has been around for a long time. I mean, I own every, well, I don't know if you can see it on camera, but I own every Dune book, every 2D20 Dune book. I think it's great. I started with the Conan book, which I thought was terrible, but 2D20's been getting better. I own the Star Trek book too, which I didn't really like. I haven't looked at the second edition though of Star Trek: The Revision. I mean, to be fair, if I was playing this game, not that I would, and I was playing with people of a certain age and genre, anytime quickening would have happened, there would be some sort of Highlander reference. But yeah, for sure. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, Lieutenant or Commander, if you don't like meta currencies, don't play Draw Steel. I think that game has 7. I'm not even exaggerating. I think that game has 7 meta currencies. Or quasi meta currencies. All right. Well, we kept you occupied for a long time, show folks. We've kept Jess occupied. She did her whole full look. So did I. Although, look, see, like, I literally was able to just to wipe the polish off.
I'm convinced that that's a gel polish and that it needed UV light to cure.
Oh, okay.
There's no other explanation for how bad that was.
I mean, they did give it to us on a cruise ship. Maybe they were expecting us to do it outdoors, or maybe somebody fucked up when they ordered it. And
no. The UV light that you use, you get like a special, like it's a dome, and you put your hands under and.
Oh, like they do at the salons. I thought those were dryers.
Exactly.
But anyways, whatever. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've never had a manicure. But she fixed the eyeliner. It's kind of come off my lips though a little bit. But yes, I am.
There's a tint.
There's a tint.
There's a tint.
There's full Derek with his eyes. Ooh. So sexy. All right. I feel pretty and gothy. Full frontal Derek. So anyways, I don't know. It's an alpha class. I'll say this. I'm a little worried. There's something, but I think there's a lot of promise here. And I know the vampire people are going to hate it. I don't know who it's for, but maybe it's for me. You know, maybe it's for me. Go full goth. I don't, what's full goth lighting? Hold on a sec. There we go. Turn that red. Oh, why is that one green? There we go. There we go. Whoa. We're full goth now. That's right, Ken. Yeah, Lollipop says it's for me is a death. Derek saying it's for me is a death sentence. Yes, that is absolutely correct. That's more Halloween than emo. What's a good emo backlight color? I mean, I just made it red because, you know, vampires. I have the power of the blood within me. This makes my eyes look so dark because I'm backlit.
Yeah.
You could at least wear. I had a black shirt on earlier. I never
Yeah.
took my black shirt off because I was too hot. Here we go. No, it does not help that I didn't have. Yes, look. Okay, we're a orange and black. We're an orange and black show or orange and black thing. There we go. Now I am emo Lord Derek. Let's go. Pink and purple. There we go. Pure lavender. All right. Well, anyways, so thank you everybody for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate you. It's awesome that you all came out and that you guys supported me and Jess. Obviously we had a lot of people who chipped in tonight. Testy, Zipperfist, X Shadow Lord Death, XL69. But
My man.
I do want to. We did have a lot of people who tipped extremely well for this absolutely silly off the rail stream. Aaron and Mark all tipped $100. Thank you so much for that. Insight and Scotty F, of course, got us off to an insane, stupid start where they were trading blows back and forth to get me. Unfortunately, Scotty fought the good fight, but ultimately lost. And I ended up in dark eye makeup, a full lip, and polished that never polished. But thank you to everybody who supported us. That's extremely awesome and generous of all of you. This is, goes a long way, and it goes without saying that this might be like half of my money that I make for the whole month. So, and that's, that's the difference with me being like, cool, we can pay our bills next month and being like, oh, maybe I do need to do 5e content. Anyways, in the future, we'll definitely have Jess on in spirit because I do have a Jess and Derek. It's like a 90 minutes long where we review every single one of her Dispel dice. With intricate details and tiering.
Yes.
That will be a special one because yes, we will be using the funds from that one to help get Jess Fabula books to pay for her Fabula books. That being said, also, if you're not familiar or aware, Jess has agreed to help me in my attempt to maybe get a book published in exchange for audiovisual gear. And that's really good because obviously Jess has a shit ton of experience and is very good at yelling at me to get me to do things, which is a very valuable and important skill.
I would say that my skill at yelling at you is the primary skill that I'm bringing to this venture.
I would kind of tend to agree. That being said, obviously your way around a monster book, but I would think the yelling part is the most important part. So I think that is that's going to be pretty. That's going to be great. Ken says we need to get Jess back on for a Planescape discussion. We could do a Planescape stream. That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
Brightmeyer says, thank you, you too. So what's on the docket next? Well, Sunday, I'm going to be playing the One Ring, and that's going to be in the morning live. You can catch the VOD. We're slowly starting to wrap up. We're in the back, last 3 or 4 episodes of that. On top of that, we have Stone Top to finish. I'm going to be going to Dungeons and Cabins in less than a month. I'm going to be spending a week in LA, potentially hanging out with Spencer Stark, and also dry ass LA mountains with a bunch of cool people who really are excited about their 5e character. There's more Stone Top. We're not
Derek.
finished yet, buddy. We got 200 maybe-ish pages left, I think, in book 1, or 150 pages left in book 1. Technically, there's all of book 2 as well, Zipperfist. So now book 2 is more detailed, so we're not going to be going through every single like description and town and stuff like that. It's more just to get a vibe for that. So that should take a lot less time. We are doing.
Derek, it's possible that I successfully schemed with Glicker.
To do what?
With respect to Los Angeles.
I've heard a rumor that because I bought my ticket, and apparently I am going to LA early because we are, quote, meeting up with people. And one of those people may be Jess. Is this accurate?
Maybe you'll do a stream from LA and I will join you there.
Why would you be in LA?
I explained this to you.
Oh, right, because you're going to be on the West Coast anyways.
Yes.
For
because I'll
something
be in
Seattle
Portland
or something.
Or I will be in Oregon and flying out of the
Oregon.
Portland airport. And there are no direct flights between Portland and Orlando. And so I will need to be in LA for a layover anyway. And do you recall the time that I told you that I attended a convention by just changing my layover to be like a 24-hour layover? And so I went to a convention during my layover.
Okay.
This is one of those.
Okay.
Where
All right.
I've just chosen to book flights in such a way that I have a layover at LAX that is like enough time for me to leave LAX, hang out, and then return to LAX for my flight.
Got it. Okay, so that's actually really good because I was worried that I was going to be secretly hijacked and be taken to Disneyland.
Why would you worry about that?
Because that is something that you guys would do, and especially you would do.
Well, I don't know what
if
to
you're
tell you
just there
about
for
that.
a layover, though, there's just no way that
I'm just there for a layover.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not worried about it. But we're also apparently going to be going to a Dodgers game and again hanging out with Spencer and some of the Daggerheart crew, which would be sweet. And of course, we're also going to be going and playing some 5e. I've already posted the character generation rules to my patrons, and I said, "Can somebody please make this character for me?" I don't even remotely know or care. I'm just really I don't want to ruin it for other people. I'm trying to be on my best behavior. And then, did I tell you that Glicker is trying to convince me to update my passport so that I can go to Italy?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. So.
Oh, we've got... Look, chat wants you to go full goth to Disney.
No.
What's the tip goal for that?
$5,000.
$5,000 and he goes full goth to Disney.
Yeah,
you better pack it just in case.
Yeah, no. Well, I'll tell you
Somebody
this.
might
I'm not
tip you
packing. I'm not packing this polish. I'll tell you that. I'm not packing this polish.
No,
Also, I feel
I'll
like
pack
I would have
something
done
to give
better
you.
with a more like gel or liquidy eyeliner than whatever the pencil.
What you need to do is get the NYX.
Okay. You just don't like them.
No, it's just that it's like creamier and less.
Yeah,
the
creamier.
texture will be a little bit more melty.
Yeah, creamier.
So this NYX Epic Wear eyeliner stick. Mine is purple.
Got it. Yeah.
And mine is
yours looks more like a
use.
crayon, and mine looked more like a pencil.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think.
So you don't want a liquid. You don't want a liquid.
Okay, fine. When I say liquid, I mean creamy. I just mean like more like a,
right.
more.
Yeah. No, you want something that's a little bit more creamy and a little bit more like a crayon texture so that you can get a better smudge when you smudge it out. The other option is to get a pot that is gel inside of the pot, and then you would apply it with a brush instead of putting the pencil directly on.
Right. That would also work for me as well.
Yes. But then you would need a brush.
Yeah, correct. Am I meeting Two Little Mice? No, we would be going to Lucca, which is this like it's like a Europe's biggest gaming convention. It's like 300,000 people. We would be going mostly just to hang out, but if anything, we would be going to hang out with the Need Games people, the Fabulous Ultimate people. And Steven would be going as Joe Manganiello's personal guest because they're best buddies now, him and Joe. So I'm sure that can only spell disaster for my future calendar appointments. You give that man an inch and he takes a mile. That's all I'll say. Anyways, so on top of that, there's also a sort of a movement to go to Gamehole Con. Well, Steven wants to go now, of course.
Steven, okay. I don't think I'm gonna go, and the reason I
And
don't think I'm gonna go
you
is
weren't sure if you were gonna go.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it, and I think I'm not going to because, two reasons. One, because I decided to go to PAX West.
Oh, okay.
So I think I'm doing PAX West instead of Gamehole Con. I don't think I'm doing both. And the other reason is because stopping in LAX for a layover is like whatever, but being in LA is still gonna like cost me money in Ubers and stuff, right?
Right.
So I think the decision to do the LA stop, I don't think I'm gonna do Gamehole Con.
Got it. Well, we will see. Hopefully, I get to be at home for a while, which would be good. So, especially if I'm doing a book.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And I'm sure at some point we'll have a stream where I'll have Jess on and we'll kind of just like lay out the particulars about like what are our sort of, you know, structured goals about like what do we want to what's our bare, you know, what's our minimum viable product and like what are we trying to establish and write that down and stuff like that. So I mean I kind of basically already know it, but I haven't like officially like announced it and laid it out in that respect. So
Yeah.
But yeah. Alrighty. Well, I'm gonna go try to wash all this off. Recommendation: soap, water.
Yeah, soap.
Okay.
See, I would check in with your roommate and see if she has a makeup remover. If she has like a micellar water, that'll be great. Just put a little bit of micellar water on a little cotton round and just wipe it.
Got it. Obvious as tears. By the way, for one of my favorite things about the Emo's Not Dead cruise is they had bottles of water everywhere for free, you know, to stay hydrated. And they were all labeled desalinated tears. It was great.
Nice. Yeah, and so tip Derek $5,000 and then he has to go to Disney dressed up in full emo gear.
I would rather...
You said this price.
I did.
You said 5,000.
Yes. Look, you think I'm going to keep wearing this? It's already irritating me. I can feel my eyes burning. I don't know how people wear this. I don't know how you wear this, Jess.
You get good.
I guess. I'm just all natural, baby. That's how I do. That's how I roll. I will say, there was an age where I was very self-conscious when I was younger about my white eyelashes. And there was a brief period where I used to try to like mascara them to fill them in.
Mascara feels weird when you're not used to it.
Yeah. But that was like when I was like a teen, you know, and I was like, and then of course I didn't care anymore. But anyways,
well, yeah, but that's
a
normal thing to feel self-conscious about as a teen.
Correct. Other than that, no makeup for me, but just a little bit of sunscreen in the morning.
It's important.
It's important.
It's important.
All right. That's going to do it for us. Vampire, keep letting me know in the comments. What do you think? I mean, our poll was pretty much a pure, you know, bell curve or a pyramid triangle. Jess and I thought some parts were really cool. We thought some parts were a little bit weird. It seemed a little bit out of place, but it is in alpha. Yeah, I mean, I think Jess nailed it when she said it's trying to be Vampire Dagger Heart.
Yeah.
I mean, the meta currencies kind of feel like Hope and Fear. And
odd choice.
Yeah. So, I mean, the fact that the meta currency for the players is primarily generated through rolls is very Dagger Hearty. It's not like, oh, when you indulge your belief You know, like that would be like something you would see in Torchbearer or Burning Wheel, right? Like when you pursue your belief or when you pursue your goals, you get these meta currencies, you know? But this is just like when you roll a bunch of 10s, you know? So it's like, yeah. Anyways.
Can't wait for the pedicure stream. Not sure what game that goes with. Well, that won't be me.
So
if I joined you for a pedicure stream, I would have my feet blurred.
Oh.
I need to keep my options open, Derek.
So right, you're like, I can't just throw that away. I mean, I can't just give that away.
I can't. I need to keep my options open.
You know, like if this I don't do this for free. If this game design thing doesn't work out, I got to have something in the backpack, you know, something in the back pocket. Always. Listen, that's why I always said that's the joke, right? Do, only nights,
yeah,
right?
No, I think what I would want to do is start a Clips for Sale account where I smash like Fisher Price houses. I think that's the subgenre of foot content that I would want to do is stepping on things and doing like giant woman content.
Like pretend giant woman.
Right, exactly. Like you have like the Fisher Price, like the dollhouse, right? And then you step on and smash the dollhouse and it's creating the fantasy of giant woman, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I think that's the specific niche within the niche of foot content that I would want to do. But yeah. I'm not like 100% decided on that.
Right. You know what, Twiggy, you're right. I don't think there's any better way that we could end the stream than that. So
yeah.
Listen, if you want deep cuts into weird RPGs, if you want hot takes on the more popular RPGs, if you want makeup tips and not to do it, and of course, if you want to know how to kick off your OnlyFans niche account, you know, that's why you're going to come here to Night's Last Call. We'll see you on Sunday. Thank you to Jess for joining me. Thank you to everyone else who hung out. And again, thank you to everyone who supported and tipped today. But in particular, shout out to Insight and to, Insight and Scotty F for the trade war over Derek's mess. I appreciate you so much, gentlemen. That was very generous of you. Is my mic acting up? I don't know. Maybe it's just we're losing it. I don't know. But we'll see you next time on Nights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.